What has happened, guys? I'm not able to share. Can anybody else try to share the screen for a second?
Sumit, it says that only the host can share the screen, you know.
हाँ यार मैं तो चैट पे क्लिक कर पा रहा हूँ, वो शेयर स्क्रीन के अलावा सब पे क्लिक हो रहा है। ओके, नाउ इट स्टार्टेड वर्किंग अगेन। कूल, चलिए ग्रेट। ठीक है, ओनली 14-13 पीपल आर देयर राइट, तो वो कर रहे होंगे लॉगिन वापस से। So we were doing trade life cycle yesterday, right? And we had reached to sixth stage in this, right? What is the sixth stage? We were into
Yes, sir.
agreement and confirmation or affirmation, right?
Yes.
That, if you guys remember, we said that there are ways through which we can reach out to client and get their confirmation, right? So the first way was we saw is an application-based, software application-based mechanism, right? And what is that?
Sir. Omegio.
Trade affirmation. Yeah, Omegio is one of the such software. But what is the key requisite for this? Both the client as well as the IB or STO needs to be on that software, right? They should be both should be the subscriber of the software, and it's kind of trade affirmation tool. IB feeds the information, the trade related details on in that trade affirmation tool come application, and the notification goes to client, and then client can log in the software and can give the affirmation or can disagree to one or more many of the trade details point, and then it requires and then as soon as he agrees or disagrees, IB will get to know, the STO team will get to know, or the back office team will get to know that client has not agreed to something, right? As soon as it happens, it requires someone from the IB team to reach out to client and resolve the issue. If it can be resolved through email, or if any new information is required from client to, for example, I gave an example, if client wants to change the custodian bank detail. So obviously you need to take that in a written form from client, and then again the process will have to go with respect to updating the RDM data, and from updating the RDM data, then again back to trade verification and validation. In fact, trade enrichment needs to be updated, and then trade verification and validation needs to be updated, and then the trade agreement and confirmation stage will come, right? You understand all this, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So there are other ways through which client and client's agreement can be, or a confirmation can be taken. By the way, how many people have joined? Let me see. How many people?
26.
26.
Now I can click on it. Okay. I don't know what has happened. Okay. So 26 people, right? I guess we can wait for a couple of minutes more. Meanwhile, tell me what is the function of treasury team of or the treasury finance team or front office finance team of IB. What is the
funding the trade, sir?
Okay.
Raising capital, taxation,
Raising capital,
budgeting,
okay,
cash management, receivable management,
Cash management,
Yes.
debtors management.
all right.
Working capital management.
ठीक है. How many people? 26. Can anybody send a message on the group that please join? Can anybody do that?
Sir, the entire 12 steps takes how many days to complete for execution of whole?
It can be as soon as 1 day.
Okay.
Depends on what trade, right?
Organization also.
Organization and what trade request is. For example, it is a trade which needs to be executed today and settle also needs to be done to be today.
Mhm.
Settlement also needs to be done today. Then the entire process, trade life cycle has to be completed today itself, right?
Okay, based upon the requirement of the client.
Yeah, but if it is a futures or forwards
It needs
contract,
time.
then settlement time has settlement date is far, right? Then in that case, it can take till the time settlement doesn't happen, trade life cycle will not end.
And yes, got you.
So it all depends on when the settlement needs to be done.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, with settlement, as the settlement ends, trade life cycle also ends.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Got it.
How many people now?
29, 28.
Oh my God. Who has not joined? Harish Kumar hasn't joined. No? He has joined. Okay. Roshan has joined. Rupesh has joined. Yunus has joined. Omkar has joined. Okay, so let me first take attendance today. Whosoever has joined will be part of it, and then remaining people. Where is the Google? Wait a second. There's some problem with my laptop.
Hello, Sumit.
Yeah.
Nikhil is not feeling well, so he will not join today.
ठीक है, so will not get that means simple. I have some sore throat today. Omkar is absent today, right?
No, Sumit. Present.
Correct. Eunice. Vinayak? Hello, Vinayak, are you present? Okay. What about Roshan? Are you present?
Yes, sir. Present, sir. So yesterday I was present, sir. Actually, there was a problem in my.
तो लगा दिया ना attendance yesterday. Can't you see that present is there now? Finish shared.
Yes.
Rupesh, are you present? Hello. Madhvi. Madhvi. Shruti.
Present, Sumit.
Kapuram Shruti.
Present.
Shubham Argula. Chimili Lokesh. Brahmadev Rapu Hari Babu. Shrikara.
I'm present.
Rao.
I'm present. I'm present.
Okay. Anjali. Abdul.
Yes, sir.
Pradeep.
Yes, sir, present, sir.
Lokesh. Lokesh Sharma. Adil Ali. Adil Ali. Vishakha Kumar. G. Revati. Anshika Garg.
Yes, sir. Present.
Sadika. Chetra.
Present.
Pradeep. Raju.
Present, sir.
Ajit Kumar. Prince Jain, Lumbini Pedapudi, Vinay Kumar Sangu, Krishna Chaitanya,
Present, sir.
Ankit Kumar, Mohish Sharma, Maxi Jain, Pratik Naidu, Anuja Kulkarni,
Yes, sir.
Pratik Naidu, Anitha K, Vishwanath, Hunain, Sampat, Fani Kumar,
Present, Smith.
Varun,
Present, sir.
Prachi,
Present, sir.
Tanuja Riley, Kanni Kukreja, Anubhav Sanadhya, Anjani Dantaluri, Prashant,
Present, Smith.
Abhishek,
Present, Sumit.
प्रशांत आज अपन कॉल के बाद बात करें आपका मैसेज आया था कल राइट
Yes, yes.
इन द मॉर्निंग एक्चुअली
Yeah, yeah.
ठीक है मैं मैं स्टार्ट सेशन स्टार्ट बाय 8 ना तो फिर मेरे को कंटिन्यूअस सेशन रहता है आज अभी
Okay.
सेशन के बाद बात करते हैं ना वीरज
Sumit, I am present today.
तो पहले व्हाट वर डूइंग
No, actually, it's too noisy here. I could not hear what you said. So, just I saw.
Sumit, I am present as well.
हु आई एम हु
Vishwanath.
विश्वनाथ
Hello.
ठीक है लगा दिए
Hello.
वीरज आर यू देयर मलोजला प्रतीक्षा हरीश कुमार एब्सेंट
Yes, present, Sumit.
केतन आरतीपाल
Present, Sumit.
श्रुतिका कौन हॉर्न बजा रहा है यार व्हाट आर यू डूइंग डोंट डू दिस काइंड ऑफ weird things please keep yourself muted when you are honking yeah श्रुतिका ठीक है जावेद सुमित बॉस absent
Present.
प्रणाली
Yes, Sumit, present.
श्रीवत्सा हमेशा लेट ज्वाइन करते हैं इनको अटेंडेंस नहीं देने का देखते हैं ऋतिक झा
Yes, sir. Present, sir.
मेगा सतीश अग्रिम गुप्ता एब्सेंट
Present.
ठीक है 29 people so now people will get the lesson 23 minutes have passed by still there are only 30 people and when I in the end when I take attendance there are 39 38 people I don't know how suddenly at the time of attendance people come so today attendance is done somebody can send a message on the group that attendance is done okay all right so let's look at the second method for this trade agreement could be issuing confirmation over Swift messages. You know what is Swift messages, right? Or Swift messaging tool, I can better write. Yeah, you know what is Swift messages, right? Guys, hello. Please participate now.
Yes, sir.
Companies used
Sumit,
to.
right.
Yes,
Yeah.
Sumit.
Hello. Somebody saying something?
Yeah, Sumit, I want the explanation.
Yeah, what explanation?
Swift messaging too.
I don't understand what I'm saying. You know what is Swift or you want? I don't.
No, I don't know.
Message is a secured messaging application, right?
Yeah, it's a secure messaging application between two groups, right? Only institutions generally use Swift messages, and individual or retail investor doesn't get Swift messaging tool as a mechanism to transfer any message. So it's just like a WhatsApp. It's a secured
Okay.
messaging tool which is used by institutions to send instructions.
Okay.
So an STO can send a Swift message to either client or client's agent. Again and again, I'm saying not all conversation is with client. Client can assign an agent, and you might require to do all the conversation with whom? Client's agent. Custodian bank is the important aspect over here. Custodian bank can play the role of client's agent. Are you getting what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
custodian banks can work everything for client. So you need to not, you don't even need to talk to client. All the messages will be with respect to custodian bank, and we'll talk about it. Don't worry, whenever
Okay.
the right time is come,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So issuing confirmation over Swift messaging tool, right? Is the confirmation something? Is the what is the when is the comes into picture? When is
When the securities are, this derivatives and swaps.
Client trading
generally
confirmation.
ISDA comes into the picture when the securities are what? Derivatives OTC, right?
OTC, sir.
Yeah.
Over the
Yeah. So ISDA confirmation agreement needs to be signed when the contracts are for what? For
when the contracts are OTC.
OTC derivatives, right? So that also a part of it. Okay. What else? How can communication happen between client and the investment bank? It can happen through the trade affirmation tool. Okay. Swift messages tool. Okay. What can be the other way the communication can happen?
Fax, mail. It can be a telephonic conversation too.
Telephone also.
Yeah. Right. So the old methods, right? The confirmation can happen over telephone, email, fax, all those things, right? Is it okay? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So email, telephone, fax. Fax is also known as what? What is the right word for fax? Faxi? Mille. Right? Fax. Right. What is the right word for fax? Fax is short form, right? It is facsimile. Yeah. By the way, these are not authorized or authenticated method, but can they be used? Yes, but they are not an authenticated method.
Yeah, but I don't think like somebody uses fax nowadays, no?
So over the years, actually, now most of these trade happens with the sophisticated clients. The trade have confirmation happens to trade affirmation tool only. Okay. Now this is
So physical mode is also used. Physical mode is also used when the client sends entire documentation and everything by a courier or something.
So I
by
wrote
courier.
I wrote it na. Is the confirmation agreement sign हो सकता है ना? Physical for OTC derivative.
Yes.
Right. But it is a very time-taking thing, and it is okay if even if it is time-taking thing. Why? Because these are for derivatives. You need to understand. If it is something which needs to be done in one day, the entire settlement needs to be done in the one day trade execution, and the settlement needs to be done in one day. You can't wait for OTC physical confirmation. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Who is the person who said physical? Hello.
Adil, sir.
Adil, you can't really rely on physical if the trade has to be happened immediately. So you use what? Swift messaging tool. If you don't have access to any software application. The Swift messaging tool is very fast, quick, okay? And this is not new. Swift messaging tool is older than WhatsApp.
Understood.
Yeah. This is nothing new which has come, right?
Yes.
So this is with respect to what? When the IB is dealing with which clients? Investment in institutional investor or HNI client. Similarly, if the IB is dealing with the other IBs, can it happen? Hello, the other party is an IB itself or STO itself? STO.
Yes, it can happen.
Dealer firm.
Yes, it can happen.
Right?
Yes,
it can happen.
Right. So if then the other party or the client is or the counterparty is itself an IB or STO, then the confirmation will happen with something called as trade matching engine or tool. Has anybody heard of it? Trade matching engine or tool. So generally both for this again it's very important, and generally you'll find that both because both are STOs, right? And STO is dealing with STO, so both IB and STOs are subscribers to this TME tool, that is trade matching engine tool. Yeah. Have you heard the name of Trax? Anybody is working in IB? Trax. This is one of the TME tools. Trax, like Omegio. This is one of the TME tool, that is trade matching engine or engine, whichever way you want to pronounce. That's what. So basically, how it happens, the way it happens with the TAT, that is trade information tool. What happens? IB will do what? IB team will feed the trade details in the tool. Then the other STO, the other party, which is an STO, will do what? Will feed the trade details with them. Okay, and each of the parties would say or share their matching status. What is matching status? Matched or unmatched. So it is little different. Their client is logging into TAT for doing what? For only going through the trade detail. Right? Here, because an IB is dealing with IB, so both are IBs. So what will happen? The IB will put the trade detail which is there in his system. The another IB, which is the client, will also put the trade details from its end, and then both will match. If it is matching, they will say it's matched, confirmed. If there's something is not matching, then the status will go as unmatched. Is it clear? Tell me. You need to understand both are IB firms. The thing is, both are IB firms, so they both can access the software and both will have teams. Hello, guys.
Yes.
Both are IB firms, so both will have teams. Front office, middle office, back office. So this IB's back office will put the detail. The another IB's back office will also put detail. And after that they will do what? They will be
matching the trades, that whether they're matching or not, and everything is okay with them or not.
Yeah. Second method with STO in IB, when it is dealing with an STO, second way it can confirm the trade is what? Incoming confirmation over Swift messages. So as I said, Swift messaging tool is the one of the oldest and fastest mechanism. Yeah. Check trade details in our system and check trade detail in our system. That is, IB will check his trade detail, which is incoming. Hello, incoming confirmation of Swift messaging tool. So other part of the client is sending and you are receiving. That is why the incoming, you are having an incoming message. So you will check the trade detail with the incoming message in our system and reply with a positive that it is confirmed, or negative thing with that it is not confirmed. So reply back confirmed or not confirmed. Or third method, issuing outgoing confirmation. So first one was what? Incoming confirmation. Now issuing outgoing confirmation over again the same tool, Swift messaging tool. So that's all. These are the methods, guys, through which trade confirmation can happen between two STOs. Yeah. Hello.
Sumit, one small doubt. Can you please explain issuing outgoing confirmation with Swift messaging tool once, please?
What is there to explain? You tell me, what did you understand from this? Incoming confirmation means what? You are receiving a message.
Yes.
Here you are sending a message. What would other party do? It will check
Yes, that's
and
what I wanted to.
and it will come give a reply back. Yeah, it is confirmed or not confirmed. The same thing. Na? You want me to write it is I can write. It's not simple. I thought you would have understood. Check trade details in our system. इसकी जगह पे the client will check trade details in their system, right? And will reply back with confirmation or not a confirmation. So what is there to be done? Similarly, you need to understand this confirmation when it's happening for derivatives, then the templates for confirmation needs to be ISDA approved templates. Templates means what? Template means what, boss? Templates mean what? Templates mean what? Template means what? What does template mean?
The basic structure of the confirmation.
Structure.
like
The
agreement,
format.
Structure,
The format of
format,
the-
formatting. So that should be what? In case of OTC derivatives, that format needs to be what? ISDA
ISDA certified.
confirmed or ISDA certified, whichever way you have to put. Otherwise, you can understand, we have talked about ISDA, the importance of ISDA, right? There can be different formats and language which is used in different countries, right? So OTC derivatives, US can enter, a US citizen can enter into a European citizen, yes or no? Into a trade. OTC derivatives, right? Exchange derivatives, you don't need ISDA confirmed templates. Why? Because why? Hello? For exchange traded funds or exchange traded derivatives, you don't need ISDA confirmed or templates. Why?
There the agreement is standardized by the exchange only.
The exchange will make all the templates and that is standardized, right? Yes, Funny?
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes, Sumit.
So ISDA confirmed templates for OTC. ISDA, you need to have ISDA confirmation oriented templates. Okay. Any question on this? Any question on this, guys?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No? Anyone? Okay. So tell me which team is responsible for trade agreement and confirmation? Which trade is
Middle office and back office.
both?
Back office and front office.
No front office. Who said front office? Hello? Middle office or back office, right?
Mostly middle office.
Mostly middle office, or it can be back
Sometimes
office also based
it
on
can
the
be back
structure of the IB, right? As per investment bank structure of decision. When should this happen? When should this confirmation happen? When should this
After the enrichment.
After trade enrichment, but what should be the timeline? T plus 1000 days.
ASAP.
T plus 0 as per.
T plus 0 ASAP, technically ASAP more, right? To have a high level of efficiency. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So here you need to understand the validation. After the validation process, what were we doing in validation process? We ensure that before sending any external communication, everything is and everything is perfect. Yes or no? That's why trade validation was very important. Hello?
Yes, sir.
That's why trade validation was very important. You need to confirm that everything is clear, and that is why a senior middle office employee would be part of trade verification and validation. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right? Because this is a very important critical aspect that everything should be clear. Why? Because in the next process, what happens? You start communicating with what? External
Client.
party.
We are start communicating with the client.
Oh, you start communication with external parties. Who are these external parties we are referring to? Clients or clients agents. Or clients agents. Right? So, isn't it a risk area? Tell me. Isn't it a risk area?
Yeah.
Why it's a risk area?
If you post anything wrong, that will impact the agreement.
It can have a impact on the agreement if anything wrong, or also if there's any change from client's end. Again, middle office needs to be involved because they will have to upgrade their RDM, and before upgrading the RDM, compliance officer will also confirm that whatever new information which has been received from client is legal. From compliance side, there is no AML issues, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Because any new information which comes from client, you need to verify it through
We need to
compliance.
update it. Yes, sir.
Right?
We need to update it. We need to
So
start
that is
from
why,
the-
yeah. So that is why a middle office will be involved into it mostly. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Any question? Any question? No? Okay. Now let's talk about next stage. What is the next stage?
Trade reporting.
Trade reporting, sir.
Trade reporting. Which kind of reporting is it?
Back office.
Regulatory reporting. Regulatory reporting. Brilliant. Regulatory reporting. Right. So what is trade reporting means? Reporting the trade details to the
Regulatory
to the
bodies of the country.
respective.
Regulatory bodies of the
Because the regulatory bodies will change.
It's the regulatory body.
Respective regulatory bodies or their agents, right? So which are the bodies in UK? Which is the regulatory body in UK? FCA, right? Which is the regulatory body in US? SEC and CFTC. What is CFTC? What is CFTC? In India, which is the regulatory body? SEBI. That is what I'm doing, SEBI, right? So this regulatory needs to be done. You need to understand, guys, every country can have a different format of regulatory. So reporting formats. So this regulatory needs to be done in what? Reporting formats. Who would share this reporting formats? Most of the time it would be shared by the regulatory bodies. Which are the regulatory bodies? FCA, SEC, SEBI, CFTC, right? So reporting formats. And also, what is also important? This regulatory will also define what? They will define reporting formats. And what else they would define? They will also define method of reporting. Method of reporting. That what is the mechanism through which you will report to us? What can be the method? Mail, again Swift messages, or web tools. Yeah. And also timing, guys. Timing is very important. So regulatory bodies will dictate that boss, any trade confirmation happens, as soon as trade confirmation happens, within this much time you need to give us the trade details, and that time should be before the cutoff time, Sadika. You need to understand. It is not after doing the trade settlement you will report. Before even doing the trade settlement, this is happening. You need to understand this. Hello. You need to open your brain and see. Trade settlement hasn't happened. Reporting is not of trade settlement. Reporting is of trade details. Still, it is not settled. Hello, guys. Are you able to feel it or not? Tell me, Artu.
Yes, Sumit.
Yes,
Sir.
yes.
Yes, sir.
So that you need to understand the importance of it. Because after the trade is settled, what is there's a problem now? If there's an illegal trade, when should we stop? Let it happen before the trade is settled or after the trade is settled? What is more advisable?
Before
Before the trade is settled.
Before the trade is
Right.
settled.
So this reporting bodies needs to ensure that there is no price rigging happening. There is no insider trading happening. Why do regulators make all this rule? Hello? What do you think regulators make all this group? What is the objective of this? Huh?
Maintain the integrity.
Oh, maintain the orderly conduct. To orderly conduct what? Markets. They want to conduct the markets in an orderly manner to prevent what? To prevent what?
Fraudulent activity.
Frauds,
Fraudulent
fraudulent
activity.
activities. To protect what? To protect what?
Fraudulent activity.
Investors.
Protect
Hello, to
investors.
protect the interests of the investors. To prevent what? To prevent insider trading.
Trading.
So they need to ensure what? What does regulators need to ensure? They need to ensure that trading happens as per rules of the regulators or exchange. Yes or no? Hello, it is important or not? Tell me. Hello, don't sleep.
It is
Very,
important.
very
sir.
Very
important.
important, very important.
It is.
Right? It is important, right? So that if it happens after the cutoff time, they might. On the other hand, if it happens before the cutoff time, they still have a chance to protect any of this interest. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
So they also dictate what? They dictate the reporting format. They dictate the method of reporting. Also, they dictate what? When the trade reporting to be done. Right? So trade reporting time. So what should be the trade reporting time? In all cases, T plus 0. But it should be what? Important thing is what?
Before the settlement, sir.
Trade settle.
RR cutoff
time.
Settlement.
Regulators,
Cutoff time.
cutoff time. Right? Is important or not? Tell me.
Very important, sir. Very.
Important, sir.
So regulators, if they find anything fishy, what can do? What actions can they do? Hello? If they find anything fishy, what can they do? They can conduct what? Conduct detailed investigation. Hello, yes or no? They can conduct a detailed investigation with the STOs. Try to find out if the client was involved into anything irregular. Or they can do what? If they find the mistake is not at STO's client's end, the mistake is at STO's end, then what they will do? They will complete or they will order what? A complete audit or detailed audit of accounts of the STOs. Hello, investment banks can also be at fault, yes or no? Right?
Yes,
Or
yes,
they can do what? They can audit the accounts of STOs. Also, they can do what? They can interview. They can interview what? With the STO staff who were part of the deals. They can interview them. What did you find anything fishy? Were you involved? All kind of investigations and questions can be asked. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And anything
Yes,
irregular, there is then there can be criminal. There can be criminal charges or what? Or high fines, depending on the extent of the, depending on
Fraud done.
depending on extent
Error done.
of error, come fraud, whatever it is, right? If it is known, unknown, whatever it is, then come fraud, right? So what are the few, I have once told you about few of the acts which are active in this. What are those? Some of the acts which are there in order to giving more teeth or power to regulators. What are those? Dodd-Frank Act. Hello, what are you doing? You guys are not practicing. Dodd Act, Frank. Which country it is a part of? Which country's rule is this? Hello, Dodd-Frank Act is a law of which country?
US.
US. Similarly, there is another rule, EMIR Act. Which country's rule is this?
UK.
European Union, right?
Okay, European Union.
Yeah. So there are these acts which are in place, right? Still, nobody has told me what is CFTC. Who will tell me what is CFTC?
Commodities Future Trading Commission.
And what is the role of this?
To ensure there is malpractice happening.
So commodities purely regarding commodities, they take care of commodities trade, right? They are exclusively for what? Commodities trade, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now comes the next part. What is the next part? Hello, what is the next part? Which is the 8th rule? What is the 8th stage?
Trade funding.
Trade
Huh?
funding.
Important part, trade funding. Now, what is trade funding?
Financing the trade.
So trade funding team needs to do what? They need to make the necessary arrangements. So making necessary arrangements to meet the settlement obligation. Yes or no? Whatever is the obligation
Yes,
can
sir.
be in the form of giving securities or delivering physical securities, right? Or the obligation can be delivering cash. Yes or no? For IB, the obligation can be delivering cash or delivering securities. Yes or no?
Securities.
Yes, sir.
It can be any other thing. So they need to make the necessary arrangement to meet the settlement. What do they need to arrange? They need to arrange. So they need to do the arrangement of money, cash, or funds, or securities. Yes or no?
Yes,
So the two tasks. So let me first take the money part. Second, we will take arrangement of securities part. Okay. These are two different things, arrangement of money and arrangement of securities, and we'll see how each of these happens. Let me take it separately. So arrangement of money will become part of which action? Hello? What are the functions of trade finance team? What are the function of trade finance team?
Maintaining accounts, receivables, and taxation, raising capital,
Basically arranging the
funding.
fund, basically making sure that there are proper and arranging the proper funds for the.
Adil, don't give me 10,000 different words. Adil, give me what are the functions which I told you. Don't explain me things.
Cash management, debtors management.
Cash management, inventory management, receivables management. Right?
management.
So Adil, you need to give these answers. Okay. Okay. So what are the key functions, Funny? Cash management. So arranging of money, cash funds will come under which category? Cash management
Cash
category.
management.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh. And securities, arranging securities will come under which category? A function.
Inventory.
Yes,
Management.
brilliant. Inventory management or stock management or securities management, right? Because security act as what? Inventory for the IB company, right? So under arrangement of money, cash funds, which comes as a function of cash management, or this is what the function of under which it will come. So that is why I'm reporting them separately. What do they need to arrange ultimately? So we need to understand to meet the physical settlement of securities purchases. Yes or no? Cash is required when you are purchasing the securities. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Securities purchases, or even cash is required when you are doing physical settlement, or even if you are making what? To make the payments even in case of cash settlement. So if the type of settlement is physical settlements and you are security purchases, then you need cash. If the type of settlement is cash settlement, even in that case, you would need cash to make the payment. Yes or no for settlement? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Cash in case of cash settlements. Right. Any question on this? Tell me any question on this.
No.
So now let's.
Sumit.
Yeah.
I don't have any question. I just have a suggestion. I think your laptop's battery is gonna die soon, and it always abruptly ends the session.
हाँ यार ये भी अच्छा बता दिया आपने. Thank you. ठीक है. Thank you for this. To meet the physical settlements of securities purchases and to make the payment in cash of cash settlements. Now, where would the money be arranged? Where would the money be arranged? Think about it. Bank accounts, or where else will you put the money? Or put in bank accounts of the IB, right? Or IB can have what? Two kinds of bank account. What are those?
Nostro account.
Like
Bank
Nostro
account.
account and regular.
Normal bank account. Normal bank account. Second is Nostro, rightly said, Nostro accounts or Nostro bank account. This is for what? For which kind of transaction?
International
International transactions.
or FX transactions, right? And we can also have custodian bank accounts. So you need to arrange secure cash in either of the three accounts, right? Either normal bank account, or if it is a foreign exchange payment you have to make, then nostro bank accounts or custodian bank accounts, right?
Yes, sir.
We'll cover custodian in detail today. So you'll arrange, you'll understand much deeper of custodian. You might be hearing custodian bank. So we'll talk much detail about it today. Don't worry. Now, let's spend few more minutes to understand this requirement of cash. See, with treasury team, there can be only two possibilities, Adil. One, treasury team can have surplus cash, or treasury team can have short balance of cash or cash deficit. Yes or no? When it has surplus cash, what action should it make? Surplus cash means what? You are long cash
Excess
balance.
of cash.
Raising capital.
There is an excess of cash, or you are long cash balance. Then what should you do?
Borrow money like raising capital.
Array, my dear
When
friend,
the surplus of
Harish, you
cash,
have
why would you
surplus
need
of
to
cash. Why would you
borrow
borrow money?
Oh,
Exactly.
sorry.
Hello, Harish, what are you doing there?
Allocate it appropriately.
No, Adil, let me.
Allocate it appropriately.
Adil, wait for a second. Harish, what are you doing there? Huh?
No, I thought I was deficit. Sorry.
There's surplus written over here. You are thinking deficit. What happens? Wasn't it a good day in the office? Today is a holiday, anyways. There's no office. What happened?
No, I have office.
So, is there something wrong going on in the office?
No. My shift
Too much of
starts from
pressure?
10 o'clock.
So, what is the problem? You don't feel like going to office today, right?
Yes.
All right, doing when surplus cash लिखा हुआ है आप deficit समझ रहे हो ऐसे तो ना होता है, right? So surplus cash. If yes, Adil, now you can carry on. If the company finance team is struggling with the problem surplus cash, Adil, what will it do? Tell me.
They will allocate it in the respective. They will allocate it properly to respective investment funds.
I don't know what English you speak, Adil. इतना भारी words बोलते हो, but right answer क्यों नहीं निकलता है? They would simply lend the money. If you have surplus cash, what will you do? You will lend the money.
Lend it.
Make short-term investments.
Or you can do what? You can do reverse repo. Hello, IB banks enter into reverse repo. Yes or no?
Yes.
Reverse repo transaction. Or you can do what? Simply you can go and invest in money market instruments. Hello.
Yes, short-term instruments.
Short-term instruments or money market instruments. Right? Or you can also do one more thing. If there any loan which you have taken, short-term loan, you can clear
Pay off the loans.
Clear
the debt.
short-term.
Pay off the debt.
Short-term loans.
Short-term debts.
Yeah. So if you have surplus cash, Aarti, then as a treasury team, what you will do? Either you will lend the money and earn interest on it. You will do reverse repo transaction and you will earn commission on it, the balance on it, right? Because you always do at a discounted value. Reverse repo, we have talked about it in detail. Then you will invest into money market instruments and you will earn some return out of it. Or you will pay off your loan. There is some outstanding. Why will you pay extra interest when you already have cash? You can use cash to pay off loan and stop paying interest on it. Yes or no? And cut down your cost. You will do this or not?
Clear out the debt.
As an investment banker, you should do this or not? Tell me.
Yeah,
So
we should
it is
do
not
it.
in investment bank, Aarti. Even if you are part of any finance team of any organization belonging to any industry, if you have surplus cash, you won't be able to do reverse repo transaction. Rest all the three mechanism is same.
Yes.
It's only that an investment bank can become a dealer in a reverse repo transaction. Other than reverse repo transaction, any organization, any corporate, any company, any manufacturing, non-manufacturing, service industry, treasury team will do one of the three things only. What is that thing? Either it will lend the money, or it will invest the money,
in
or it will
money market
take loan.
instrument. Clear the debt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is something. No, this is nothing new. This is going to be common. Finance team of any company or finance team of IB is same. You need to understand the function of finance is same, even if it is an IB or it is a mutual fund company or it is a manufacturing company or it is a steel company or it is an automobile company or it is any company. Finance function is same, Abdul. You need to understand that. Abdul, you understand it or not? Hello? Abdul, finance function is same. What are the finance functions? Cash management, inventory management. What are the functions? Tell me. Don't sleep. Tell me the functions. What is the function of finance team? Cash management.
Budgeting.
Budgeting. Yes. What else?
Debtors management.
Receivables management or debtors management was the same thing, correct? Or
Taxations, budgeting.
taxations, budgeting, raising capital. Right?
Yes, sir.
This is what their function is, Aarti. This is nothing new. Any finance team will do this. You need to remember it.
Yes.
Right. Cool. Oh, now second situation is what? One is you have what? Surplus of cash. So you do all this, right? What can be the second scenario when you have to arrange cash?
When you have shortage
When
of
you
cash.
have cash
Shortage of
deficit.
cash.
Yes, when you have cash deficit or means you are short on cash balance, right? Short on cash balance. What will you do?
Raise capital.
Yes. By doing what? You will borrow.
By
You will
borrowing.
borrow, you will beg, you will steal, but you will have to arrange cash, yes or no? So, by borrowing, or you can also avail something called as OD draft facility, yes or no? You can avail OD draft facility, yes or no? You can have a OD overdraft facility. What is
Overdraft
it?
facility.
You
This
can
is
have an overdraft
man's,
facility with a commercial bank or any other institution,
yeah.
right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Or you can do what? Repo transaction. Hello? Yes or no?
Yes.
Repo transaction. Alright. Yes.
Yes.
You can do repo transaction now by giving your securities to some
Securities.
organization and taking money with an objective to repurchase that securities, right?
Yes, at higher price. Yes.
Right? Now, so this is what you can do, right? What you can do, borrow money, you can steal money. Harish, can you steal money?
No, no.
So if you steal money, who will catch you? Few minutes back only we saw regulators will catch you. Who will catch you?
Regulator will catch you. Regulator.
They will put criminal charges. Hello, don't do this as a staff. And then don't tell that Sumitra said we can steal money. Hello. I will be behind bars. Harish, what are you doing? Don't play with my career and your career.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So because they can catch hold of the staff. Hello.
Yes, yes.
And can you beg? No. Why would you beg? You are professional. So you can borrow money or you can avail OD overdraft facility or you can do repo transaction, right? Is it clear?
Yes.
Brilliant. Now this is all what can happen with respect to arranging the cash. Now under the function of inventory management, let's see. This is inventory management happens for what? Arrangement of securities. First of all, when we need to arrange securities, which side of the transaction are we when we have to arrange securities?
When we are on the sell
Basically,
side.
if you have to meet the physical delivery, hello?
Yes.
Physical settlement is important. What over here?
Yes.
Because even if you are selling the securities, but the type of settlement is cash settlement, then in that case you do not have to worry about physical settlement. So you don't need securities. Hello, isn't it true?
Yes.
Hello? So you don't need securities if the settlement type of settlement is cash. Hello, what are you doing? Don't sleep. Tell me. Do you really need inventory securities if cash settlement is the type of settlement, Anuja? Hello?
Physical settlement. Physical settlement.
Only in physical settlements, right? So to meet the physical settlement of securities, sales transactions, right? Okay. So what kind of accounts we'll have to open for this? In what kind of accounts we can hold securities?
Demat account.
Depot account or demat account. What is depot account? Depot. If we can hold it in depot account or we can hold it in depot account and demat account.
Demat account.
Depot account and demat account is same, right? Yes or no? They are same. Demat account or depot account. Array, depot means what? Depositories. With whom you open demat account? Hello?
Yes,
With whom are you going to open a demat account?
So
Depositories like NSDL.
Depository. So can't we call it depot account? Depot stands for depository account. You are thinking and stretching your head for 1,000 times and not able to understand a very simple answer. What are you doing? So many days we have been doing this. All these words are very common. By now, all these words should be very common to you. Depositories, custodian, nostro, all these things should be some coming to your dreams every night. But what we can do about Harish? Harish do not sleep. He does work in night. How can he dream? Because of that, he doesn't know the answer. But Aarti, you to sleep on time in night, yes or no? Or you are also doing night duty? Tell me.
No, no, Sumit.
Then you should be having all these dreams, depot account, demat account. What are you doing? Next time when I ask depot account,
Depository
where is depot
account.
account, Aarti?
Depository account.
Depository account,
Depository.
simple. Demat account or depository account, right? It's very simple, right?
Yes.
They are one and the same thing. Or you can also open an account. You rather than opening your own demat account, you can have an account with custodian, and custodian will carry the securities on your behalf in its own dematerialized account, right? So custodian. What is custodian? Custodian keeps the custody of all the assets. Assets can be securities, cash, yes or no? So you can give your securities to custodian. So rather than you opening a depot account, custodian will open a depot account and keep your securities. The securities will be on name of whom? Custodian.
Custodian.
But who would be beneficiary? Client. Who's the client over here? IB. So you can open a custodian account. You can just have a custodian bank. You can have just a custodian bank relationship. That's all. Custodian bank will take care all the headache on himself. IB team can relax and sit back and relax, right? Okay. So let's talk about what can happen with securities balance. With cash balance, we saw there can be surplus of cash or cash deficit. Now let's talk about securities balance. Adil, whom you are talking to? If you are talking to others, please keep yourself on muted mode. It's very simple, right? Harish, can you help me teach how to mute and unmute? Securities balance. I also apologize. So what? Securities balance, Adil, tell me. What kind of scenarios can happen with securities balance? Now you apologize, so you have to answer. Tell me, what kind of scenarios? With cash balance, we have two kind of scenarios, right? Surplus cash and deficit cash. Now tell me with securities balance, what kind of scenarios can happen?
Securities balance, shortage of units or excess of units.
Brilliant. So either there can be a short balance of securities or
excess of units.
Or long balance of securities, right?
Long balance units. Yes.
Right. See, these words go together well. That's why I use short and long. You can also say excess. This is one and the same thing. Okay. Don't think you are saying wrong because I'm not writing it. You are right only. But these words goes together well, right? Short, long. Right?
Yes. Yes.
Short balance. So if you have short balance, what will you do? If you have to arrange securities and if you have shortage of balance, what will you do?
You will transfer some other security, some other units into your existing demat one, or you'll purchase new ones.
Transfer in existing demat. If you don't have securities, how would you transfer in your security?
We will give cash.
We'll purchase new ones.
Hello.
We can purchase new
ones.
Or we can do what? We can borrow securities. Hello, try to be more innovative. Now you can go and borrow securities from your brokers or you yourself is a broker, so you know various clients who would be holding the securities. So you can do what? You borrow securities.
And transfer
Right.
securities.
In which market? SBL market. Where do you borrow money? Borrow securities.
Securities
SBL. What is SBL market? Harish, please tell us. Then let Harish talk. What is SBL market today is completely not giving any right answer. Harish, tell me what is SBL market? Right, you have no right to be silent. Hello.
Yes, Sumit, I'm thinking.
Tell me what is the SBL market? See guys, I just caught him.
No, I'm listening to the session, but
You are not focused in the session. Tell me what is SBL market? Tell me SBL market, otherwise I will give you punishment of raising your hands for 25 minutes. Yunus, what is SBL market, Yunus?
So securities based lending.
Securities based lending. Pradeep, what is this guy doing? Harish, hello? Pradeep?
Sir.
What is he doing? He is not concentrating in the class. Tell him what is SBL. You guide him what is SBL.
Security based lending, sir.
What does that mean?
The lending of securities.
Either lending or borrowing. See, security-based lending, you can't only do lending. If you have surplus, you do what lending. If you are short, you can borrow also, na. Someone is lending, someone is borrowing also, na.
Yes, yes.
Right? So you can borrow securities in SBL market, and if you have long balance of securities, what will you do? Opposite of
Sell
that.
it.
No,
Sell it or lend it.
Lend.
sell all the time. You can lend also, na.
Lend.
Sell and lend both.
You can do lending or lend securities in SBL.
SBL market.
SBL.
Right? Okay. Any questions so far?
Please.
Any question?
No, no.
No, sir.
Everyone's clear?
One small
Yes.
query,
Yes,
Sumit.
Sumit.
This might not be
Yes.
exactly related to topic, but same related to this lending part. That whenever you're buying or selling a security, when you're lending or borrowing a security, will it be hitting the capital account of the respective client?
Who is buying it? Tell me. Who is borrowing and who is
Lending,
lending?
lending. Buy, not buying and selling.
Who is
Lending and
lending
borrowing.
it? Who is lending it?
For example, A and B are lending, doing the lending and borrowing part in the
Arey
SBL.
boss,
A is
yaar,
lending.
why
A is
what
lending.
A and B? I don't know what you are speaking. Who is arranging all this for whom? Hello?
The
Who is arranging
custodian is
all this?
arranging.
Huh?
Uh,
Which team are we talking about?
the front middle team.
Adil, you stop listening to all this music and all this and start concentrating now.
That's my doorbell.
So whatever, whosoever is at doorbell, tell them, boss, 4 to 8, I'm busy. Don't come to my home. Can anybody educate Adil that what are we talking over here?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
the
you can go
inventory
ahead. Please go
management
ahead.
team doing inventory
Yeah.
management team.
Yes.
It is a treasury. If there's no
Treasury team,
separate
yes.
inventory manager, it is a treasury team who has a function of inventory management who is managing this. So this team belongs to which company? This team belongs to IB. So why does it will hit client? Why will it hit client's account and all? We're not talking about client's account over here. Hello, Adil? There's nothing to do with
I
client
got
account.
confused. Sorry.
Now is it
I
clear?
got confused.
But now is it clear?
Yes, it's
Treasury
clear.
team works for IB. So they are arranging for IB. So all these things, all this drama is happening for the IB with the IB. Client's account will not get hit. IB will have to settle the contract, whichever they have entered or the trade. For that, they are keeping or doing this work. Is it clear now?
The long and the short securities. Yes.
Right? So IB's treasury team will be facing all these challenges. How they will solve these challenges, I just explained it to you. So it is not for clients. IB finance team is doing for itself. Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Now tell me, how would they do it? So all this will happen, guys. Treasury team will have something called as their own treasury system, kind of software. Okay. In which they will manage all these things, right? So in treasury system, it's kind of a software which will be taken care by which this treasury team will be having. In this, they will manage. They will keep the recording of everything, guys. So you can have through this treasury system, they will have all the MIS about all the trade settlements. And through this trade settlement MISs, they would get to know, or they will have a complete view about different settlements along with the dates of settlement. Is it important or not? Tell me. That
Yes,
they
sir.
have the view, clear view of all this, right? Because IB will not be managing only one client, Adil. You need to understand IB will be managing 10,000 clients at the same time. Yes or no? So treasury team will have to keep a complete view of all the settlement dates which are pending, which client settlements has to happen, and what is the obligation of IB in that settlement. If the obligation is cash, they will have to arrange cash. If the obligation is security, they will have to arrange security. Yes or no?
Yes.
Right? So that is why they keep manually. If you try to do it, it can't happen, Harish. You can't keep a track of 10,000 trades manually. You can do it,
Yes.
maybe you are Lord Krishna, but not everybody can do it, right?
Yes, yes.
Right? For them, Harish, what is the software they use? Treasury system software.
Treasury system, yes.
This has all the MIS of all the trade settlements, which all trades are booked by trade confirmation team. Whichever trades are confirmed by trade confirmation team, everything, the entire MIS will be uploaded on system, which will be reflected in the trade system. To whom? Treasury team. Treasury team would have all this MIS getting reflected by with respect to trade settlements. And what all data will it have? What is the obligation of the IB in each of the settlement? What is the date of the settlement? Why is the date of settlement is important, Harish? Why do you think date of settlement is important to know? Why do you think trade settlement teams or trade funding teams need to know the settlement?
Can you please repeat the question, because you
Why do you think that trade funding team will need to know the date of the settlement?
Because all this need to be processed before settlement date.
Because if, for example, settlement date is 12th, if settlement date is 12th, your treasury team is not going to settle, not going to arrange all these things on 9th. Why? Because there's a cost of 3 days. Hello? And trade team is not, or treasury team is not going to arrange all these on 15th. Why? Because in that case, trade will be failed. Yes or no?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
knowing the date of the trade is very important. You understand that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Sumit, your voice is breaking in between. Is it only for me?
Guys, is it breaking
No,
for
mine
all?
also. Sumit, mine also. Mine also.
No,
It's breaking a
it's
bit.
audible.
Actually, audible, but the noise.
Sometimes, like, yeah, it was breaking.
Sometimes it's breaking up.
Okay, so give me a
Echo
second.
is happening, sir.
Okay, give me a second then. Give me a second.
Sumit, you are on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, Sumit, you can hear.
Better.
Is it better?
Yes, Sumit.
Yeah. Funny, is it better?
Yes, Sumit.
Okay. Now, Harish, even after everybody saying it's better, if you are going to give me any excuse, okay, I'm not going to accept it. Now you have to give me proper answers. Okay?
Yes.
Tell me yes.
Yes.
I can't hear you on my speaker. What?
Now can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's coming from my laptop speaker. I want to hear you from my this headphones, so that my voice will not echo. Just give me a second. Let me settle it.
Sumit, it can be done through the speaker icon in the taskbar also.
हाँ यार वो कर रहा हूँ मैंने वो ब्लूटूथ क्या से बंद हो जाता है कभी ना मैं वहाँ पर देख लेता हूँ ब्लूटूथ आ जाओ देखो अभी पहले कनेक्ट किया था अपने आप अनकनेक्ट हो गया now speak Harish now speak
Okay. Yes. Can you hear me, Sumit?
yeah I can hear you very well now is it better than even before
Yes.
is the voice better
Yes, it's better.
is there any echo now
No.
so now no more excuses right Harish
Yes. Okay.
So Harish, treasury system is what? Treasury system is a system in which
It's a
all
software.
the MIS it's a software in which all the MIS with respect to all the trade details which is getting confirmed, right? That MIS will be there.
Yes.
And there can be 10,000 trades, right? Depending on the size of the IP, there can be 10,000 trades over there, right?
Yes, we cannot do it
So all the
physically.
trades,
Yes.
yeah. So it's impossible to do it all this physically. So what will happen? With respect to all these MIs getting uploaded on this treasury system, there would be a clear view, on the respective person. And in fact, all these accounts will be mapped. So this treasury system, so this treasury team of finance can have 10 people, right? And everyone can have 100 accounts mapped. So with respect to those 100 client accounts, if there is any settlement date which is coming, they will get a pop-up that this is the trade settlement date, and this is the obligation and IB front, and which requires us to either arrange cash or arrange securities, or we are going to receive excess cash which we will have to deploy, or we are going to receive excess securities which we have to lend. Anything is possible. We just saw now all these 4 scenarios are possible, right?
Yes.
So for that they need to prepare. If they are going to receive some excess cash, they need to deploy and check if there any other settlement which is due on IB. So this will happen on net basis. Again, one more important thing. This will happen on what? Net basis.
Net basis.
What is net basis? For example, in one day, there are 10 settlements which are due. In 5 settlements, and all are cash settlement. For example, so for the simplification of example, okay? All are what? Cash settlement. What are those?
Cash settlement. Cash settlement.
In 5, how many transactions have to be settled? 10.
10.
In 5,
Cash settlement.
total company is going to receive $1 million. How much? $1 million.
1 million.
Right? And in the remaining 5, they are going to receive what? They have to pay. In the remaining 5, they have to pay what? $50,000. How much? 50,000.
50,000.
So what is the net over here? What is the net over here?
950. Yes.
$950,000. So net is a positive. Yes or no? That means the team can anticipate to have excess cash at the end of the day on net basis. Yes or no?
Yes.
So at the beginning of the day, they will not arrange first of all $50,000. Why would they not arrange? They know that
because they already have money.
They would already receive it today itself. So that account balance can itself be utilized to pay off this 50,000. So they do not need to arrange from anyone else by taking any borrowing or anything. On the top of it, by the end of the day, they would have to do what? Ready for a strategy to deploy
this excess funds.
Yeah, by in which of the form? There are 4 ways you can deploy it. What? You can lend the money.
Lend the money, or you can invest money.
You can invest in the money market securities. You can pay your loan, existing
yes,
loan, or you can
for
enter into a reverse repo transaction. right?
reverse repo transfer. Yes,
Mostly these are the 4 transactions which you can be ready with. Right?
yes,
Right. So this
Yes.
is how you will have something called as net settlement basis. They would do the system. So that is why treasury system is very important thing to have. Okay. Clear?
yes, yes.
Okay. Any question, guys?
No, sir. Clear.
Everything is clear? Okay. Chalo. Now let me. I have to remove my video. Because what happens is this, I don't know if you can see it or not on my screen, but 30% of my screen gets occupied when I keep a video on. Right? By the photos and all. Okay, chaliye. So no questions, right? With respect to treasury team's action, right? It will happen on net basis, right? Now another important thing about this function is that when should you arrange the funds? Important question. When you should arrange the funds? Tell me. What date? When you should arrange the funds or securities? Arrangement of funds or securities should happen when?
On the settlement date also we can do it, like as you said. Correct me if I'm wrong. In the previous example, in the netting example, on the beginning of the day we will know how much to disburse and how much to
Brilliant.
acquire.
You can
Yes.
do it on settlement day
Send,
itself.
yes.
Yeah, you can do settlement date itself. Settlement day itself. But you need to understand there are certain cases where you have to do it on S-1 day. That means settlement minus 1 day. There are various instances where you have to go for S-1 day. What are those instances? In case if the transaction is to be settled in a different time zone. What if the settlement date, your settlement date's cutoff time is different from their settlement date's cutoff time? So you have to arrange it 1 day early, right? Yes or no? For example, in US market, you have to settle and you are in India, so your settlement date would be different and US market settlement date would be different. The date would be same, but because of time zone, trade cannot happen. Yes or no? Because of time zone differences, trade cannot happen. Yes or no? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right? So even the date is same, but by the time the working hours of US will start, we would be sleeping, and when our working hours would be there, they would be sleeping. So we will not be able to match it. So that's why in case of time zone differences, international settlement, we should arrange all this S-1 day basis, right? In case of what? Time zone differences, or in cases of if you have to make the payment in exotic currency, right? Then also because exotic currency are not easily available, so you better do not take risk for settlement days arrangement. You should arrange it before 1 day before the settlement day. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now next comes the, and who is responsible for this trade funding function? The front office of treasury team, right?
Finance treasury team.
Yeah, finance treasury. Next, what is the 9th stage? Trade
Pre-settlement validation.
Pre-settlement validation. So what is trade pre-settlement validation? Very simple. You do a final check on the trade details before settlement. It's just a final check, right? Everything is clear or not? No. So final check before the trade settlement. And also you need to take care, especially in case of, you need to take a proper validation in case of high payment valuations, high value payments or high value securities delivery, right? Because any mistake can result into a lot of
That's the trade.
a lot of losses for the IB, right? So validation here should be done by whom? It should be done by settlement supervisor. There should be a supervisor involved into it. Should not be done at analyst level, right? Supervisor. Similarly, you also need to have a proper validation in case of what? For FOP settlement. What are FOP settlements?
Free of payment.
Free of
Free
payment.
of payment. Why do you think we need to have a proper validation of FOP settlements?
We need to check all this credit limits and everything. Like the client should not go
Because
over.
it would result into credit on the client side. It will result into debtors. Clients will become our debtors, right? So there is a risk, yes or no? There is
Yes,
a
sir.
heightened risk.
Sure, sir.
What if the client doesn't pay? Yes or no? We deliver
Yes,
the
sir.
securities, but cash will not come. Cash will come after some time. So what if the client's record is not good? So proper validation for FOP settlement is very important. We need to check the credit worthiness of the client. It's already, we have given any overdraft facility or not to the client. If it is not only pre-approved, then you have to have a proper process, right, to give this facility, FOP settlement facility, right? So proper validation again is required from whom? Our supervisor. Who would be responsible for this? Which team is going to be responsible for trade settlement, pre-settlement validation?
Back office.
Back office?
Operation.
Now 10th step. What is the 10th step?
Trade pre-settlement confirmation.
Trade pre-settlement confirmation. Right. So trade pre-settlement confirmation. Which team will be responsible for this again?
Back office. Back office operations.
Back office operations. Right. Okay. So let's understand what would be the part of this. So basically under this trade pre-settlement confirmation, what obviously will be happening is back office team member would reach out to what? Reaching out to the client or client's agents regarding confirmation on very important settlement instruction. Settlement instruction. So you need to understand this is different process from trade confirmation. In trade confirmation, what do? You take confirmation on the entire trade details, yes or no? You take confirmation on the entire trade details, all the entire trade economics, right? Here you are taking confirmation only purely for what? Settlement instruction.
Settlement instruction.
So only settlement instructions, right? Like what? First of all, through which parameter you can do it? Simply you can do through SWIFT mechanism or email mechanism. Right? Now, so what kind of settlement instructions you need to confirm on? Our custodian bank details. Because settlement happens through custodians, right? Our custodian details, trade reference number. Very important because settlement will happen based on trade reference number, settlement amount or securities, client custodian bank details, client custodian. Because once the money is transferred or once the trade is settled, nothing can happen, right? So it's better now that you check all these details because bank details is very important, yes or no? In the bank details only the money will be transferred or securities or demat accounts also will be required where securities will be transferred, right? So why do we do that? So that in order to ensure right amount or securities to the is transferred to the right custodian bank. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right. And when should this happen? When should the trade pre-settlement confirmation happen? What should be the timeline for this?
Same day, sir.
Either same day or S-1 day. If the trade to be executed and settled in the same day, then S day itself. Or
S-1 day, another time.
Yeah, for all other transactions, it should be S-1 day. It's not only about another time zone funding. It's about any other settlement. Even if it is a forward contract settlement, any other settlement, you should better be ready as minus 1 day basis.
Okay, sir.
Only if the trade is executed and settled on the same day, then you don't have 1 day's time now. If the trade is executed, that is, trade is initiated, then executed. Executed, you understand, right? Second stage, executed. Hello?
Yes, Sumit.
Yeah. So trade is executed and needs to be settled on the same day.
Okay.
Right? It can happen now that it needs to be settled on the same day, especially it can happen in the foreign exchange market where currencies can be transferred the same day, right?
Mm.
Yes or no?
Yes, Sumit.
So in that case, you don't have option of S minus 1. You have to do on S day itself. But for any other trade, it should be S minus 1. You should be ready before the settlement day itself with this confirmation, right? So that if there is last minute change in any custodian bank detail, you at least have 1 day time to get all the process repeat. Because for example, in the last moment, bank says, no, my custodian bank detail is not correct. What will happen? He will give us the correct detail and then we'll have to start the process from again where? From where? RDM. From where? RDM.
From reference data manager.
We will update the custodian bank detail and then our trade enrichment team will have to then do the process and that validation will happen. Then again confirmation will happen, right? So it's better that you do on S minus 1 day, right? So that you have time to update any other information, any last moment changes and all. Right? So who would be responsible for this BO operations? They can have a specific, if it's a very large IB, in BO operations, they can have a specific team with the name settlement team. So by what mode this trade pre-settlement confirmation happens, Pradeep? By what mode?
What's that?
By what mode? Which mode is used to have this pre-settlement confirmation? Swift messages or?
Swift or email method. Swift or email.
Swift or email. Now comes the 11th. What is the 11th? Trade. Finally, trade. Settlement. Trade. Settlement.
Instruction.
What happens in that?
End of the
IB
trade.
team would send what? Sending the settlement instructions to our
Yes.
instructions to our
Trade settlements.
to
To
the,
settle the trade.
but whom would you send the instruction to? Our custodian bank.
Yes.
Custodian bank will do the settlement, right? So sending the settlement instructions to our custodian bank as well as whom? Client custodian bank. Our custodian bank and client custodian bank. That everything is fine. Please do the trade settlement. While giving the settlement instructions, what information will you have to give? You have to give trade reference ID, right? You have to give cash value settlement. What is the cash which needs to be settled? Proper obligation needs to be confirmed, right? So here now confirmation is going. Now final settlement instruction is going. So in that, you will inform what is the cash value of the settlement, what is the securities quantity and value of the settlements, which securities ISIN number, securities quantity, so which securities to be set, right? That detail of that security, what quantity, what is the securities ISIN number, securities is identified by its ISIN number, right? Yes or no? Funny?
Yes,
securities is identified by its ISIN number, right?
Security ISIN.
And securities quantity, how much quantity of this security, right? All this information would needs to be sent in the sending instruction so that exchange can happen between the custodian bank of the client and the custodian bank of the IB team, right? So how the exchange will happen? IB custodian bank is going to transfer what? Money. For example, if it is buying securities, then it will do what? It will transfer what? Cash to whom? Client custodian bank. Hello, to whom will it transfer the cash?
Yes, client custodian.
Client custodian bank.
To client custodian bank, right? And on the other hand, client custodian bank will transfer what? Client custodian bank will transfer what?
Securities.
Securities, right? Securities in the proper quantity and everything, right? So transfer securities to whom? To IB
IB
custodian.
custodian
Bank.
Yeah. Any question, guys? So in this, who can play a part? If it is a physical delivery, which party will be the middleman between this? So, for example, think about it. If it is IB custodian bank, right? For example, this is IB custodian bank, and there's a physical transfer of the securities, right? So this is IB custodian bank. IB custodian bank. For example, IB custodian bank is State Street Bank, okay, SSB. All right, and then this is client custodian bank. For example, client custodian bank is Northern Trust Bank.
HDFC.
It can be HDFC also. Okay, so Northern Trust Bank. Okay, for example, it is Northern Trust Bank. Okay, so who is there going to be a middleman in between them? Think about it. Security transfer has to happen, guys. CSD will have to be in the middle, yes or no? Can security transfer happen without acknowledging with the CSD? Hello?
NSDL and CSDL are going to be involved.
So if it is India, then NSDL or CDSL. Otherwise, generally, the generic term is for what? CSD. What is the full form of CSD? What is the full form of CSD? Guys, what is the full form of CSD?
Central Security Depository, I think.
Yes, Central Security Depository.
Central Security
Yeah.
Depository, right?
Clearing agent.
So they can, so they have to be involved, yes or no? They have to be involved, yes or no? Because
Yes.
IB,
Yes,
SSB will have to tell that boss transfer the securities on the name of NTB. Yes or no? If there is no physical settlement of securities, then would there is a requirement of any CSD? If
No.
physical settlement of security is not required? Hello?
No, they can just transfer the cash if there is no physical requirement.
Then the net transfer of cash settlement will happen between both the custodian banks, right? CSD will not be involved. But if physical security needs to be transferred, then CSD needs to be involved, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Because CSD will have to transfer the name of the securities, right? So it is only in case of whom? In case of physical settlement.
Physical settlement.
CSDs would need to be involved, right? Right? Yeah. So now you also need to understand. IB will give instructions to whom? IB will give instruction to whom? IB is custodian bank.
IB is custodian bank.
At the same time, client will give instruction to whom? Client will give
NCB.
instruction to him.
Client's custodian bank.
Thanks.
Yeah, client will give instruction to
Client's custodian bank.
Client's custodian bank, right? And as soon as both the custodian banks receive, what they will do? Both the custodian banks will match and
The trade reference number and
do the settlement, right? Yes or no? Hello?
yes.
Will do the
Yes,
settlement.
sir.
So this is going to be the final stage where settlement will happen, and settlement happen means what? End of trade. Settlement happens means what?
End of trade. End of trade.
End of trade.
End of trade. But still after end of trade, can operations team go home? Huh?
No.
No. No, sir.
See, they can go home. Reporting of trade can happen plus 1 day also. Settlement plus 1 day also. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Reporting can happen. I know you would be thinking that reporting is due. That is why. That's why it would not be open. Hello, right? Now, first of all, finally, when do the trade settlement instructions be given? When should the trade settlement instructions will be given by IB to IB's custodian bank and client to client's custodian bank? When this process will happen?
You are asking about the team?
Time. I'm not asking who is going to do it. I'm saying who is already clear, right? But yeah, team would be obviously operation team. I'm talking about time. When would this happen? What is the timeline for this?
The instructions will be given prior to the settlement, like S-1.
No, it will be given on S day itself. Because see, S-1 pay, this is clear, right? Trade pre-settlement confirmation has happened.
Pre-settlement, right?
Pre-settlement confirmation has happened on S-1 day itself. So the details of custodian bank and everything is fine now. So trade settlement can happen or instruction can go on settlement day itself. Or you can also call it V day. What is V day? What is V day? S day is settlement date. And V day is what? Settlement date is also known as value date. What are you doing, guys? Settlement date is also known as what? Value date.
Value date.
Value date.
Right. So this is how the CSD will be involved when if it's a physical settlement. Right. Comes the 12th stage. What is the 12th and the final stage? Post settlement. Post settlement recording
And
or
verification.
updating. Recording or updating the internal books of records. So this is purely internal books of records, right? So the recording or accounting, you can say. So what will happen? Internal records will be updated, right? Records. What two ledgers would be impacted? Cash or bank ledger? Either cash will go or cash will come in, right? Or either securities will go and securities will come in, right? So you need to update both cash ledger and securities account ledger.
Security.
Right? Both will have an opposite impact, yes or no? So if you are buying securities,
Yes, sir.
cash ledger will be impacted by reduction of cash and securities ledger will be impacted by addition of securities. If you are selling securities, then securities account ledger will be resulted with reduction of securities and cash would be
That should be increased as well.
Addition.
Addition of the.
right.
Addition of
And at the end of similarly, you will also there's something called as external reports also, records also. What can that be? External records. External records can be what? Custodian bank account or custodian depot. So internal records you will maintain for your internal purpose. At the same time, you will also update what? Custodian bank account and custodian, because you keep cash in custodian bank account and you keep securities in custodian depot account or demat account.
Demat account.
Demat account.
Depot account or demat. Right. So this is what, and who would be responsible for this? BO operations, settlement team, and what should be the timeline? Timeline can be trade day or settlement day or settlement plus 1 day. Okay, it can be settlement day or settlement plus 1 day. It can be settlement or settlement plus 1 day. Is it clear? It can be settlement day or settlement plus 1 day. Is it clear? Tell me, guys, any question? Is it clear, guys? Tell me.
Yes, Sumit.
Yes, Sumit.
Right. Now tell me, guys, who are the parties which are, so this is done, guys. So this is what all trade settlement cycle is all about. So let's write clearly. What are the first, help me write the step. What is the first step? Trade initiation. Second, trade execution. Third, trade
Capture.
Trade
capture. Fourth, trade
Enrichment.
enrichment.
Trade
Fifth,
verification.
Verification and validation.
then trade
Confirmation.
And agreement.
Then
Trade report.
Trade reporting.
reporting. Okay, trade reporting
Trade
is
funding.
regulatory
Trade
reporting, right?
funding.
Regulatory report.
Trade funding,
Trade
test, pre-settlement
funding.
validation, pre-settlement confirmation.
Pre-settlement
Validation.
pre-settlement validation, trade
Post-settlement.
pre-settlement
Pre-settlement confirmation.
trade pre-settlement confirmation, right? Then trade
Settlement
instruction.
instruction.
Then pre or post
Post-settlement recording and
settlement
verification.
reporting or updating of records, right? Internal records as well as external records. External records is what? Custodian bank account or custodian securities account. Custodian securities account is nothing but custodian demat account, right? Who is involved for trade initiation? Front office. Who is responsible for trade execution? Again, front office. Who is responsible for trade capture? Front office.
Front office.
Then who is responsible for trade enrichment? Middle office.
Middle office.
Based on which database? RDM.
Or
Right. Trade verification and verification will be done by
Middle office.
and also there would be supervisor involved into it. Yes or no?
Yes.
Because it's a very important process. After that here everything is internal. After that, things would be communicated externally, right? Under TCHF, trade confirmation. And who is the external person over here? Counterparty or client or client's agent, right? So middle office or back office will be involved in it. Yes, depending on the instruction of the company. Sorry, depending on the certain processes of IB. Right? Trade reporting, who will do it?
Back
Back
office.
office.
Back office. Trade funding, who will do it?
Front office.
Front office.
Front
Front
office.
office, treasury team,
Finance.
right?
treasury,
Treasury team or
finance team.
finance team.
Finance team.
Trade pre-settlement verification, who will do it?
Back office.
Back office.
Back office. Pre-settlement confirmation, back office.
Back office.
Settlement instruction will be sent by back office.
Back
And
office.
post-settlement recording of records, reporting of recording or updating the records will be done by back office.
Back office.
Clear, right? So this is what trade life cycle is, guys. Now let's touch upon some very important aspect of trade life cycle. Tell me, who are the parties involved in trade life cycle? Parties involved in the trade life cycle. सबसे पहले STO, yes or no? इतना टाइम क्यों लग रहा है? STO, the IB itself, who is STO, IB or broker or dealer, right? Who else? Client. Who can be client over here? Institution.
HNI.
Under wealth management function, or it can be other STOs. It can be other STOs.
Also.
Who else? Exchanges are involved. Who else is involved? In exchange traded securities, it would be exchanges will be involved. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
With exchanges, who would also get involved? Clearing house. Yes or no? If it is a clearing house. In exchanges, clearing house is important. Yes or no? Can any exchange deal happen without clearing house involved?
No.
No.
No, sir.
Right? So clearing houses would be there. In case of exchanges. In case of OTC, can clearing house be involved? Hello? In case of OTC deal, can clearing house be involved? Huh? Tell me.
It can.
Yeah, it can. So OTC contract can be bilateral contract or
Customized. Tailor-made.
Customized.
Tailor-made.
Bilateral is tailor-made only. What is new about it? What is the other? It can have bilateral settlement or it can have bilateral contract based settlement or, so let me write bilateral settlement. It is very confusing. So OTC trade can be settled based on bilateral settlement, or it can also have through settlement can also have through clearing house. Right? Depends on what? Depends on the conditions of both the parties. At the start of the contract, they need to agree that settlement we will do it bilateral basis or we will do through clearing house. So this is for what? This is for non-mandated OTC trade. Hello, this is for what? Non-mandated
OTC.
OTC
trade.
trade.
But there are something called as mandated OTC trades. Hello, what is mandated OTC trades? What are you doing? You forget everything. Mandated OTC trades. What are mandated OTC trades? In mandated OTC trades are observed by whom? Regulators. And they needs to be settled through what? They needs to be settled through clearing house. Mandatorily, they needs to be settled through clearing house.
Okay.
Okay,
Clearing
bolne
house,
wale
right.
bhai. Okay, bolne wale bhai. This is completely wrong. That means we have forgot everything we have discussed. This clearly is a reflection of that, right? क्या लिखा हुआ है यहाँ पे? Bilateral settlements have a counterparty risk. Regulators can mandate derivatives contracts settlement through CH or CC. Have we done it or not? Hello? It is there in the notes. In the notes of forwards and futures. Hello, this is how we started. Guys, what are you doing? Hello, are you there?
Yes, Sumit, we are here.
There can be mandated derivatives OTC contract which needs to be settled through whom? Through
Clearing.
Clearing agents.
clearing corporation,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So not all OTC trades are mandatorily to be done in, to be settled in what? Bilateral basis.
Bilateral
Settlement can also happen
basis.
through clearing house.
Clearing houses.
And there can be a different category of OTC trades, which is known as what? Mandated OTC trade, which is known as what? Mandated
Mandatory
OTC trade.
OTC trade.
Mandated. They are regulatory mandated. What has happened? I can't go to new tab. My click is not working today. I don't know what is happening. Yeah, I'm not able to click on TLC. Okay, what has happened? Control page down. Okay, thank God we have this shortcut to go through different tabs. Control page down, right? Even using our keyboard. Achha, tell me, mandated OTC. So mandated OTC needs to be settled through clearing house mandatorily. Non-mandated OTC can have two kind of settlement: bilateral settlement or through clearing house, depending on the parties getting involved into it, right? Yes or no? Hello.
Yes, sir.
So clearing house would be involved into it. Yes or no? In trade life cycle, clearing house would be involved. Who else can be involved? Bolo jaldi jaldi. Central securities, depositories. Every few minutes back we talked about it. I don't know what you are focusing. Few minutes back we said CSDs needs to be part of it in case of what? Physical settlement. So what is CSD? Central
Security deposit.
securities.
Security deposit.
Depositories. Who else? Regulatory bodies. Hello, regulatory reporting hona hai ki nahi hona hai? Regulatory bodies, are they part of it or not?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Then we need to open various kind of accounts. Who would be involved into it? Commercial bank. Hello, commercial bank. Will they be involved in it or not? Commercial
Yes,
bank.
commercial bank.
Open Nostro account. Where will you open?
Yes.
You'll have to open it with the commercial bank, right?
Commercial bank.
Commercial bank, Nostro account. Nostro account or any common bank account. Similarly, you can also have to open what? Custodian bank account. So custodian banks will be part of it, yes or no? Custodian banks.
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, who is going to do the settlement on behalf of client and on behalf of IB? It is the custodian bank who is representing
bank.
IB and custodian bank is representing client. They would finally settle the deal, right? Then data service providers. Hello, data service providers. Dynamic data will be provided by whom? Data service providers, right? And another thing, TSP, Swift messaging system, right? Swift messaging. We are using Swift messaging system or not? So Swift messaging system is a different, managed by a separate company, right? So we have to use TSP or Swift messaging system. Similarly, ISDA, how can you forget ISDA? In all the derivative contracts, you need the support of ISDA for their contracts, yes or no, for their agreements?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
ISDA agreements. Regulatory bodies, custodian banks, clearing house, central securities depositories, client. Client can be institutional HNIs or wealth management or other STOs, or STO itself is a party, right? Yes or no? Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
So let's take a 10-15 minute break and come back, yeah?
Yes, sir.
So we're almost done with this. Now we'll get more detail into. So TLC is done. Now we'll get more
Sumit, I
detail
have
on
a
the
question.
operational aspect of it. Yeah.
So for all retail brokers, we need to go to through brokers. We need to
मेरे
go
को
through
समझ
brokers,
में नहीं
right?
आता आपका रिटेल क्यों आता है बार-बार. I don't know.
No,
Retail नहीं
because
होता है, retail नहीं होता है.
no. My question is because okay. I'll ask
नहीं
afterwards.
पूछो. I don't know. It's very confusing. But yesterday I cleared it very well that we are talking purely for institutional brokers. IBs are not servicing the retail clients, right? Retail clients are serviced by different set of brokers which are called as retail brokers. Yeah, tell me, what is your question?
No, my question is like investment banks cannot go through brokers, right?
What investment banker itself is a broker? What are you doing? I don't know. First
No,
day
no.
itself, I cleared you. Investment banker can play the role of broker as well as dealer. So they are themselves a broker. What they go through with whom, I don't know. See, it is an investment bank which will play the role of broker for institutional client and HNI clients. So they will play a role of broker. So this is like this. You need to understand. So here it is here it is a client. Okay. Here it is a client. A client can be what? For example, KKR hedge fund or a HDFC mutual fund. Okay, it's a client. Now, who will service? This is an institutional client. Hello, this is an institutional client. It's not going to buy 1 share or 10 shares. It's going to buy 10,000 shares, 1 lakh shares, 1 crore shares of a company, right? It's an institutional client. Now,
yes,
it needs to buy shares. So this is an exchange. This is NSE. This is exchange. Can it buy directly? Hello? Can it buy directly? This is exchange.
No.
Can it buy directly? No. What it need to take the service from? It need to take the service from whom?
IB or broker or dealer, like that might
broker.
be.
Yes, boss. IB is going to play the role of broker for this institutional client.
Yes.
So this is a broker. Broker STO is nothing but a broker. Hello, broker dealer. IB broker dealer, right? IB himself plays the role of broker dealer. So here it will not play the role of dealer. It will play the role of broker. So client will order to whom?
To a broker. Yes.
To buy 10,000 shares of 10,000 shares of, for example, 10,000 shares of InfoEdge, right? So client will buy 10,000 shares of InfoEdge from whom? From broker. And broker will buy 10,000 shares of InfoEdge from whom? From NSE. So there are two simultaneous deals which are happening over here. There are two simultaneous deals happening over here. Whatever we have done covers, whatever trade life cycle we have covered is covering from only one side of the trade. Similarly, there is a separate trade life cycle which will happen between these two parties.
Yes. Okay.
Right? So whatever trade life cycle we have covered will be run, two trade life cycle will be running parallelly. One trade life cycle will be running for client and broker, between client and broker. Another trade life cycle will be running between broker and exchange. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes.
Now ask me questions again.
No, it's clear.
What was the question, but?
My question was actually what I understood is like I'm using retail word, don't get messed up with that. So for us, if we want to purchase the securities of 100 or 200 something, we can go to angel broking, Zerodha, in that kind of broker, right? If you want to order a bulk order, like many shares, 1 million, 10,000, and which is high in number, we go to investment banks, right?
For that, you have to qualify as a HNI.
Okay.
From your retail banker also, you can buy 10,000 shares of ITC. Retail
Okay.
broker also. Okay. For you,
Okay.
but to deal with HNI, to deal with the IB, you will have to categorize as a HNI.
Okay.
Right. So IB will
Okay.
not open an account for everyone. Okay. They will see
Okay.
the profile of Harish Kumar. They will see the profile of Sumit Rathi and see if he is or she is or Harish or Sumit or whosoever, Aarti or whosoever is categorized as HNI or not.
Okay. Okay.
IT will not provide services to an individual. IB will not provide a service to individual, right? Retail person like you and me.
Yes. Yes. I got it.
Yeah. All right. So let's go for 10-15 minutes of break, guys, and let's come back. Yeah. All right, guys, are you back? Am I audible?
Yeah, Sumit.
Okay. Okay, so where are we? Members in the participants in the
Participants in the
participants in
trade
the
life cycle.
parties involved in the trade life cycle. What are these participants?
STOs.
Sumit.
Huh?
Actually, here I have to shift my room now, so I'll be going and I'll go through the video recording afterwards. Bye.
चलो ठीक है. So parties involved कौन से बस TLC में? STOs, clients. What else?
Exchanges,
Exchanges,
clearing
regulatory
house,
bodies,
Clearing house.
CSD, custodian banks,
commercial banks, custodian banks,
data service
data
provider,
service providers,
ISTA, Swift managing
ISTA,
system, messaging
Swift
system.
messaging system, ठीक है.
Yes.
Cool.
custodian banks.
Right? ठीक है. So tell me, what is the difference between FOP and DVP?
DVP is delivery versus payment, sir.
Simultaneously, we pay cash and deliver security, or maybe the opposite of that can happen. Unfree of payment. That means payment cannot be received at the same time. It cannot be done simultaneously.
Free of payment, right?
Yes.
Achha. Now let's talk a little bit on the transaction side. Harish had a lot of doubts here and there, so let me talk a little bit on the transaction side. So this trade settlement instructions, guys, right? Who are the parties involved here? If you notice, who is the parties involved here? IP, client, CSD, right? Clearing house. Clearing house, custodian,
Clearing house, custodian, and investment bank.
So the sending of settlement instructions needs to be within the cutoff time, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
If
Yes.
if this sending is not happening before the custody cutoff time, what will happen? It should happen before the cutoff time, yes or no?
Yes.
Otherwise, can trade happen?
No.
If it is not happening in the cutoff time, then it can be a failure of the trade, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. And instructions can be sent by what tools?
Emails, the Swift messaging
Email
tools.
Swift messaging tools.
So you can send it through what tools? Via Swift. Web tools. Can we use web tools? Applications.
Web tools.
Yeah. Or something called as telex. Yeah. Few more information needs to be mentioned over here. Trade settlement instructions. We have mentioned about trade reference ID. We have mentioned about cash value settlement, securities to be settled. What is securities ISI and what is security quantity? Don't you think we need to mention that if the trade is going to happen, or the trade method of trade basically, is it is going to happen a cash payment? When will cash payment happen? In cash settlement, right?
Yes.
Right? Or in another case also, cash payment can be required. What is that method? Cash payment can happen. One side, one party cash payment can happen in which method? When there is FOP settlement. Yes or no? In FOP settlement, you would pay the cash but not receive the securities, right? It can happen, yes or no?
Yes.
Right? So method of the settlement needs to be clearly notified. Is it DVP or FOP, right?
FOP.
Now you need to understand that here, if you look at this transaction, IB client. So, for example, we are the IB, right? So, for example, we are IB, Goldman Sachs, right? We are what? Goldman Sachs. So, what is IB? It is basically STO, right? It is a STO, right? Right? So, what will happen? IB will give standing instruction to whom? Hello? IB will give standing instruction to whom?
IB
IB custodian.
custodian bank.
The custodian bank, which is representing to IP, right? So, IB custodian bank. Who is IB custodian bank over here? SSB, right?
Yes.
SSB.
So who is the IB? GS. GS is the IB. Will give SIE. That is GS. Which team? Back office. Back office operations team will
Give instructions to
give instruction to
SSB.
State Bank.
SSB. Right? What instructions? Instructions with respect to settlement of and all these details: cash settlement, physical settlement, type of settlement, method of settlement, DVP, FOP, our securities ISIN number, securities quantity which needs to be settled, right? Yeah, yes or no? And then,
Yes, sir. Yes.
And then on the other hand, for example, the client is KKR hedge fund. Can the client be KKR hedge fund? Hello? Can the client be KKR hedge fund? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Right. So what will client do? KKR hedge fund, which is our client. Who's our client?
Give instructions to client
Custodian bank.
So client hedge for KKR hedge fund will give instruction to whom? Client's custodian bank, right? Who's the client custodian bank? Northern Trust Bank, right? Northern Trust Bank, right? So it will give what? Standing instruction to this. And between both the parties, there would be what? In case of physical settlement, between both the parties, there would be a CSD. What is CSD?
Central Security Deposit.
Security deposit.
Right? Without their clearing cannot happen, right? Of securities. Is this the flow clearly understood of sending the instructions? Tell me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. No question, right? You understood the parties? Have you understood the parties?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right? Now let's come to this structure. This one. Do you understand this? That client, if it has to buy shares, then there would be seller of the shares, right? Here in this side.
Yes, sir.
Right? And that seller will be represented by whom? A broker, right? And that broker will sell the shares to whom? Exchange, right? Now, here our client, for example, we are what? Which bank we are? We are STO, right? Which bank? Goldman Sachs, right? Goldman Sachs, right? So if we are Goldman Sachs, what will happen? Goldman Sachs will receive its order from its client. Who's the client? Who's the client? HDFC Mutual Fund, right?
HDFC Mutual Fund.
To buy what? To buy
10,000 shares of Info.
10,000 shares of
Info.
Edge at certain price, right? 100 rupees, for example, 5,000 rupees per share, right? Receiving this order, STO, how would STO execute this deal? STO will immediately send an order to whom?
Exchange.
The client sends order to STO, and STO will send order to whom?
Exchange.
NSE, right? Exchange, right? So on the one hand, now don't you think there are two parallel? Do NSE know who is the client? Do NSE know who is the client? Tell me. Do NSE knows that HDFC Mutual Fund is buying 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 shares?
No.
No.
Right? Do client knows? Sorry, client is fine. So do at least So for NSE, who is the buyer?
GS.
Goldman
For the NSE?
GS.
Yes.
So what STO is doing? It is selling at one hand and buying on other hand. Yes or no? Hello? Client wants to buy what shares? 10,000 shares of Info Edge. So if client is buying, who is selling? For client, who is selling?
GS.
GS.
Goldman Sachs selling the shares to the client.
But in order to sell gold, GS will have to buy
the shares from
and
exchange.
it will buy from where? NSE. So on the
NSE.
one leg of the trade, so if you need to understand there are two legs of the trade at the same time. There are two legs of the trade at the same time. In one leg, client is buying. Who is buying? HDFC AMC is buying and GS is selling.
Yes.
On the other hand, on the other leg, what is happening? GS
Other than GS
is
buys the
GS
shares
is
from
buying
exchange.
NSE.
Shares
and
from
NSE or exchange. NSE or exchange is selling. So there are two trade life cycles which will go parallel. You need to understand. For NSE, who is the client? For NSE, who is the client?
Goldman Sachs.
GS, Goldman
For
Sachs,
GS, who is the client?
HDFC.
HDFC, sir.
Right. Now, in this deal where GS and NSE is involved, who can be in the middle of this trade? Huh? Who can be in the middle of the trade? Huh? Who would be representing the exchange?
CSD.
DTCC is for NYSE and DTCC is for NYSE. For NSE, who is there? Yes, correct. CSD. Who is that? NSE, National Stock Exchange. CDSL, right? So CDSL will be representing client. Yes or no? Clearing house corporations will be there or not? Tell me hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, yes.
Without
CDSL.
CDSL, can this trade happen? No. Similarly, between them also there would be who? There would be a what? So this is exchange side. This is exchange side. And this is client side. GS is common, but on one side it is doing business with client, and another side it is doing business with NSE, right? And both sides there would be a CSD involved. Who is CSD? Centralized Securities Depository, right? Yeah. Which would be in case of India, who would be there? CDSL or
CDSL.
or NSDL, right? NSDL can also be there. No?
NSDL.
There are two securities in our country, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there are two trade life cycles which are going parallel. Do you understand it or not? Tell me. What kind of trade is this?
Yes.
What kind of trade is this? Exchange traded trade. It is an exchange.
Exchange trade.
Exchange trade or exchange trade, right? Can a trade be OTC? Huh? In OTC, who all will be involved? Tell me. Tell me.
Client, sir. Client will be there.
So, would there be any exchange in between?
No.
No.
No, sir.
No.
So, how the trade will happen?
Bilateral or
Bilateral or
broker can be involved.
broker.
Broker.
Clearing agent, serious.
Clearing house. Clearing house. would
Sorry,
be
clearing
involved.
house. Yeah,
What are
yeah.
you talking about, broker? So OTC.
Clearing
So in
house.
OTC, in bilateral, there would be only one leg. In one leg, first side, who would be there? STO or IB, right? On the other hand, who would be there? And this is OTC platform bilateral, right? OTC bilateral settlement. On the other side, who would be there? Other side? Hello? Client. क्या कर रहे हो? The bilateral settlement में IB and the other party would be whom?
Client.
Client.
Can't you just speak the simple thing, client, right? In case of what? OTC, bilateral settlement. If it is mandated settlement or if it is mandated settlement, how many parties will be involved? STO,
It is managed as
STO, client and the clearing agent.
Clearing agent will be there.
And who will be in the middle?
Clearing agent.
Clearing house.
Clearing agent.
Clearing house, right? Yes or no?
Yes,
Yeah?
sir.
Any question?
No
Tell
question.
me. With respect to this, any question? Guys, anyone? Structure is clear? Let me write client over here. Any question? Everyone, is it clear? So in exchange traded, what is happening in exchange trading?
In exchange traded,
There are two parallel trades happening. There are two legs to the trade. One, trade between client and IB.
trade between
And another is
trade between exchanges and IB, sir.
trade between IB and exchange, right? Now,
Yes,
obviously,
sir.
there is just one leg to the trade. There can be middlemen, but only one leg. In bilateral, there is only client and IB, and in the mandated trade or there would
Clearing
be
houses will be there.
clearing house will be there, right? Now tell me, how many types of order can be there? When we order any security, how many types can be there? Tell me. We have discussed all this. I don't know why you are not seeing. Anuja, how many types of order can be there? So let's talk about it. When you order a security, I don't know, you guys are not studying. I think IB is going to be a distant dream. And mock 2, I don't think anybody would be able to score well. You guys are not studying, that's why you're not able to answer. How many types of order can be there? When you order, how many types of order can be there? So based on time, order based on time. How many order types are there? Order types are there. First is day order. What is day order? When you put an order, that order will be valid up to how many days? Valid only for 2 days. That is T plus 0. Right? And second kind of order based on time will be what? Open order. That is what? Good till cancel order. Hello, what is good till cancel order? What is good till cancel order?
Till the order is active.
Till the order is unfilled, it will remain open, right? Or if it gets cancelled, then it can get closed. Either the order gets fulfilled, that means if you have order to buy 10,000 shares of Reliance at the price called 2150, and if it is a day order, then in the entire day, if the price of the Reliance share doesn't reach to 2,500, what will happen? By the end of the day, what will happen? The order will get automatically cancelled. Right? Automatically get cancelled. It will never be settled, right? Why? Because price never reached to that. On the other hand, if the same order you said, consider it as a good till cancel order or an open order to buy 10,000 shares of Reliance at the price of 2,500. So if today price doesn't reach to 2,500, would order be cancelled? Tell me. Guys, good till cancel order. So if price doesn't reach the entire day 2,500, at the end of the day, market hours closing, do you think order will be cancelled?
Yes.
Who said yes? Who said yes? अरे बोलो ना यार, इतना टाइम क्यों लगा रहे हो?
Yes, actually, it's with me, Harish.
हाँ तो बोलो ना कि I said yes. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So Harish, it will see good till cancel order. Client is not cancelling till the time it will not be cancelled. Okay. What is good till cancel order? Until
he can cancel at any time.
Client can cancel, but at the end of the day, it will not automatically cancel.
Okay.
Hello? It will not automatically cancel. That means if today the share price of the Reliance doesn't reach to 2,500, then broker will look for tomorrow, day after tomorrow. And after 4 days, if the price reaches to 2,500, broker will book the deal and settle the trade. Which date? 4th day. But in between, on the second day, if client cancels the order, then it will get cancelled. So either it will be fulfilled or it will be cancelled by client. With respect to timeline, there would not be any issue. Is it clear?
Yes, yes, I do. I
Day
thought there is a
order are
specific
valid for-
deadline. Yes.
No deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Good till cancel order means what? Until unless client is not cancelling, it will not be cancelled, right? So that is why they are also known as what? Open order. What are they known as? Open order. The
Open
order
order.
is open even if the market closes, orders will remain open, right? So open order. So based on time, there are two types of order. What are the two types of order? Day order, where the order is valid only for one day, and good till cancel order, where the order will remain valid. Either it gets fulfilled or settled, or it gets cancelled by the client himself. With respect to closing hours and opening hours of the market, it will never get cancelled, right? Is it clear? Bolo yaar, is it clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes.
Sumit.
Now similarly, orders type based on time is clear, right? Now based on price. Based on price, how many order types can be there? Based on price. One is market order. What is market order? That means what? That means what? As soon as the order is
According to the
received,
market price.
whatever is the market price, it will order will get executed. Hello?
Yes,
Whatever is the market price, order will
Price.
get executed. As soon as the order is received by the broker, it will get executed. As soon as the order is received by the broker, it will get executed at what price? At the market
price, sir.
Whatever is the market price or going on, order will be executed. So what is guaranteed over here? Execution is guaranteed. But what is not guaranteed? Price is not guaranteed. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Execution will happen, but what is not guaranteed?
Price is not guaranteed.
Price is not guaranteed. What price it will be executed, it is not guaranteed, right? Second type of order is limit order. What is the second type of order? Limit order. In limit order, client will say, buy 10,000 shares of Reliance at price 2,500. What is the limit? What is the limit?
Yes, sir.
20 cents.
So limit is price clearly said. On the top of it, there can be something called as sell limit or buy limit. Sell limit or buy limit. Right? When you are selling also, that you can put a limit. When you are buying that is also, you can put a limit. You can put a limit price that I want to buy at 2,500 only. Right? So that means what is guaranteed over here? If the share price reaches to 2,500, order will be executed. Otherwise, order will not be executed. So what is guaranteed over here? Price is guaranteed. What is guaranteed? Price is guaranteed. And what is not guaranteed?
Execution.
Execution is not guaranteed. Right? So based on time, there are two kind of market order types would be day order or good till cancel order. It's also called as open order. Based on price, it would be market order and
limit order.
In market order, execution is guaranteed, price is not guaranteed. In limit order, price is guaranteed, execution is not guaranteed, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, who are the participants? STOs, clients. Who can be the clients? Institutional investors, corporates, HNI,
High net worth investors.
high net worth individual, other STOs, brokers, dealers, firms, right? Clearing house, clearing corporation, securities,
commercial banks,
centralized
custodian,
securities depositories,
banks.
other STOs, exchanges, exchanges can also be there, clearing membership, clearing broker, clearing corporation, CSD for physical settlement. Commercial banks can also be part of it, right? When you have to open Nostro account, yes or no?
Yes.
Custodian banks,
Commercial bank.
right? Custodian banks can also be there, will be there, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So now let's have ISDA is also there. Swift messaging teams would also be there. Now let's have our a detailed discussion on custodian banks, guys. What are the key functions custodian banks provide? Tell me.
Safeguarding assets.
So first of all, custodian banks, right? Custodian banks. Custodian banks. Right. So first of all, which kind of clients or which type of clients will open an account with custodian banks? Can a retail client open an account with custodian bank?
No, no.
Why? Why no? Sorry? Why no? Tell me, bolo, why no? Are you guys really?
Because they are dealing with very less amount of shares.
They're not involved in a commercial bank. No, commercial bank operations.
No, it is not all that. You need to understand custodian banks funny charges will be very high. They will charge 50 lakh rupees per annum. Do you think a retail customer can accommodate 50 lakh rupees of banking charges?
No.
No, right? Retail bankers generally look for all the free facilities, right? But custodian banks annual charges can be as high as 50 lakh rupees, 1 crore rupees, based on the kind of services it gives. So retail participants cannot be part of it, right? So then who can be the clients of custodian bank? Institutional investors, right? Institutional investors and HMIs, yeah? HMIs or corporates, cash rich corporates. Can they be clients of custodian bank? Hello? Cash rich corporates?
Yes, they can be.
Yeah. And can IB banks be a client of or STOs? Can STOs be client of custodian bank?
Yes.
Yes, right?
Yes, they can be. Yes,
Yeah.
they can be.
So let's talk about the various functions which are provided by custodian banks. So the first function which custodian banks provide is what? They provide the very important function of
Safeguarding security.
safekeeping or safeguarding or safe custody. Hello? Can we say safe custody?
Yes, sir.
Of clients' assets. Right? Safekeeping, safeguarding, safe custody of clients' asset, right? So, what kind of assets can be there?
Physical and
Financial assets.
financial assets.
Okay. So there can be cash, money. Hello. Can money or cash be kept as an asset?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Right. So or there can be securities, right?
Yes. Or they can be
Securities.
physical assets as well.
Securities can be in the form of what? Electronic form
Yes.
or
Physical
form.
Physical form.
Right? Or there can be other assets in which you can have all the other assets, right? Now tell me, if clients want to keep cash with the custodian bank, what kind of account will it will have to open? A bank account, yes or no? In order to keep cash, custodian bank will have to open what account? Bank account for the client, right?
A bank account.
For keeping electronic securities, what account custodian banks will have to open?
Demat account.
Depot account or demat account, right? Depot account or demat account, right? For keeping the securities which are in physical form, the safe custody for that, what kind of accounts we have to open?
Bank locker.
Safe vault or locker or strong room, right? Right. So what kind of physical assets can be there? What kind of physical securities can be there? Property papers?
Documents.
Yeah. Property papers. Physical securities. Physical securities. Paper-based shares. Yes or no? Physical shares.
Yes, sir.
Physical shares. What kind of demat or electronic form of securities clients can keep with custodian bank? and with the custodian bank's demat account. So who will be holding the demat account? Custodian bank will be holding the demat account. Who will be the beneficiary owner of that securities which are held by custodian in its demat account? Who will be the beneficiary owner? Client will be.
Clients.
But the demat
Client.
account's owner will be whom? It will be custodian bank who will be the owner of the demat account, right? So what kind of securities can you keep under demat account? Equities, bonds, commercial paper,
Commercial papers, certificate of deposit.
certificates of deposits, mutual funds, okay, treasury bills, T-bills, yes or no? Huh? Yeah, yes. Here also we can have physical documents for shares as well as for bonds, yes or no? Right? Yeah, yes. Similarly, we can keep what? Gold ETF. Where can we keep? Gold ETF is an electronic form of gold. Yes or no? So we can keep in our demat account of custodian. Yeah.
Yes.
ETF. What can be other assets? Other assets can be what? Physical gold. Yes or no? Physical gold. Property documents. In fact, these property papers from here will be there. Here. Agreements. There can be any agreements, important documents. Yes or no? Diamonds. Can you keep diamonds? Hello. Gems. Platinum. Yeah. And how would all these assets would be kept? Where would all these assets be kept? Safe vault or locker, right? Right. So, in order to offer the service of bank account or open a demat account, it will have to take what? Proper
documentation.
Proper banking regulator, banking license, yes or no? Need to take banking license from the banking regulator, yes or no?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
sir.
Right. So who would give banking license? Banking regulator. Similarly, in order to open a demat account, it will have to take license from whom? Depository participant, yes or no?
Yes.
So, CSD license. You will have to take a CSD license in order to hold securities in the depositories, right? CSD license. So who would provide it? Depository participants. Okay. Securities market regulator will be involved, yes or no? Securities market regulator, yes or no? Regulator will be providing all this license, right? Yes or no?
Yes,
right?
sir.
Regulator, right? Any question? Huh? Any question, guys? Hello? Any question?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, tell me, for example, HDFC AMC needs to keep $100 million. How much money? $100 million.
$100 million.
If it wants to safely keep $100 million of cash, where should it keep? Should it keep in a normal bank account or should it keep in a custodian bank?
Custodian bank, sir.
Why?
Because the amount is very large.
That is fine, but still why?
And the custodian banks, there will be very safe, sir, in custodian banks because
You need to understand, for example, if HDFC AMC open an account with Bank of America, okay, in US and put this $100 million, and if Bank of America becomes bankrupt, what is the guarantee of receiving $100 million back? No guarantee, right? What is the maximum they can get?
Sure.
$250,000, right? $250,000. Why? Because that is the guaranteed FDIC
guaranteed
limit.
amount.
guaranteed amount,
Guaranteed repayment amount.
guaranteed repayment amount, and insured by FDIC, right? So that
Yes,
much
sir.
of money will be received by, right? But rest everything is lost, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right? But if HDFC AMC puts this money into State Street's custodian bank, SSB, State Street Bank, SSB, it's a custodian bank, right? What is the guarantee of receiving 100 million back? What is the guarantee of receiving 100 million back? Huh?
Full amount, sir. Full amount.
Yes, full amount. Why? Because custodian bank cannot put this 100 million in any use. If HDFC AMC gives this 100 million to Bank of America or ICICI Bank will use this money to generate loans or lend this money to make money, right? Custodian bank will not use any single penny of this $100 million. This $100 million will be lying in the bank account unused. Now, tell me, will custodian bank pay any interest?
No.
On this $100 million?
No.
Aarti? Will custodian bank pay any interest on this $100 million?
No.
No. Custodian bank will not behave like a normal bank which provides what? Interest. It will not provide. Why? Because it is not going to use this 100 million to generate interest. A bank provides interest. Why? How it provides interest? It takes money from depositor, promising to pay 4%, and then it lends that same money to a lender and a borrower and charges 5% and 1%, and that's how it pays that 4% interest to depositor, right?
Yeah.
But custodian bank cannot use that money, right?
Yeah.
So that means they will not provide interest. On the top of it, they will charge fee to keep the custody of
for
100 million.
safeguarding their cash.
Or keeping. So custodian bank, whatever money you keep with custodian bank, it is guaranteed security. Okay.
Yes.
Once HDFC AMC put $100 million in custodian bank, it cannot go away. Okay.
Yeah.
It is completely 100% guaranteed.
Yes.
It's not only about cash; it's about any other security, right? Is it clear, guys? The security is the safest. Safekeeping, safeguarding, safe custody of client assets. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Everyone?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Yes, sir.
Sumit.
Yeah. Clear, right? Any question, guys? Anyone? Some famous custodian banks.
Northern Trust.
State Street, UBS, Northern Trust, JPMC,
First Republic Bank.
City,
First Republic Bank.
somebody says City, HSBC. In India, which are the banks? In India, which are the banks?
SBI, HDFC, SBI.
All the banks, all the commercial bank has custodian bank license. Most of all the commercial banks like ICICI, SBI. I can't hear you if somebody is speaking.
Non-banking custodians also. This is
I can't hear you.
Am
I don't know what you are saying. Yeah, now it's better. Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
I'm saying that there are two non-banking custodians also in India, IIFL and Orbis Financials.
Okay, that's great
They are
information to
non-banking
have.
custodians.
Yeah. So custodian bank.
I used to work in Orbis Financials.
Okay. Okay. All right. So ICICI Bank, SBI, all the commercial banks have their custodian bank branch. So if HDFC Bank has to put $100 million and it wants to keep the guaranteed safety, then where will it give money to ICICI Bank or ICICI custodian bank? ICICI custodian, right? Yeah. So there are many banks, guys. There are thousands of banks, custodian banks, guys. Okay, I just gave some BNP Paribas, all this, right? Standard Chartered. These are global bank. Standard Chartered, global level custodian banks. Right? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So what is the first very important function of custodian bank, guys?
Safekeeping and safeguarding.
Safeguarding
Safeguarding or
custody,
safekeeping or
safekeeping of the client's assets,
safe custody of the
financial assets.
client's assets,
Yes.
right? Let's go to the second function. What is the second important function of custodian bank? Settlement operations of the client trade transaction. So we read that now. In 11th stage, what happens? Client gives instruction to its custodian bank and IB, that is STO, gives instruction to its custodian bank, and both the custodian banks then settle the trade, right?
Yes, sir.
Anshika, what are you doing on my screen? I don't know. Again and again, you are putting red lines on my screen. Please don't do all this disturbance. Really very disturbing. Again, you are doing it. Please don't do on my anything on my screen. Okay. Yeah. So basically, client buy trade transaction. So what happens? Client gives what? Client gives settlement instruction, settlement instructions to their custodian banks and broker or STO gives settlement instruction to their custodian bank, right? Custodian bank, right? Yeah. Yes.
Yes, Amit.
And then the settlement will happen, right? So for example, let's take an example. HDFC AMC, this is a mutual fund company, right? Right? Will gives standing instruction to whom? To its custodian bank. So for example, its custodian bank is SSB. Who is the custodian bank for HDFC AMC? State Street Bank, right? Right. So based on its instructions, what will SSB do? SSB will pay or transfer cash or bank balance to whom? To
Client custodian bank.
IB's custodian bank, right? Client is HSBC, HDFC, AMC, right? So STO's custodian bank. Yeah. STO's or counterparties custodian bank. Counterparties custodian bank. So for example, that is an STO, right? For example, STO is custodian bank is Northern Trust. Who? With the STO's custodian bank? Northern Trust.
Northern
right?
Trust.
Yeah. And then on the other hand, what will SSB do? SSB will receive what? Receives delivery of 10,000 shares of info, right? 10,000 shares of info H from whom? To the shares from
a custodian from STO
from
custodian bank.
STO NT, right? Which is a counterparty's custodian bank, right?
STO
Is
custodian.
it clear?
Yes.
For example, STO is nothing but JPMC. So then better you will write it what? JPMC. JPMC is what? Investment bank, STO, right? So who's the client custodian, counterparty custodian bank? Northern Trust, right? But who's the counterparty? JPMC, right? Right? Is it clear? And while doing this, because it's a physical transfer of the shares, here who would be involved? Huh? Who would be involved?
Yep.
Hello? Clearing house, yes or no?
Clearing houses.
Clearing houses.
Clearing houses has to be involved, right? CSDs. CSDs, for example, NSDL or CDSL.
Central Securities Depository.
Yeah. NSDL or CDSL, because it is an Indian transaction, so NSDL or CDSL, right? Yeah. So this is with respect to what? Clients buy, trade, transaction, wherein client is buying, so client's custodian bank will have to give what? Cash. Where will it give cash? How would custodian bank from what where it will give cash? Custodian bank will have the client's cash with it, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Client can keep cash with custodian bank, na? So if custodian doesn't have any cash in bank account, can this trade happen?
No.
No. So
No, sir.
client will have to first put money into the custodian's bank, right? In its bank account,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Similarly, client sell trade transaction. Let's look at it. So this was client buy trade transaction. Now let's look at client sell trade transaction. Client trade sell trade transaction. That what will what client is doing? Client is selling a security. So client will do what? Client will give what? Client gives settlement instruction to their custodian bank. Custodian bank.
Yes. Bank.
Bank. Yes, right. Who is the client custodian bank?
SSB.
Yeah. So HDFC AMCs will give standard instruction to whom? SSB, right?
To
And what would be
SSB.
the, yeah, SSB. So SSB is the client's custodian bank. So HDFC AMC is the
Client
client.
custodian
So
bank.
HDFC AMCs will give SI to SSB to do what? To deliver. So based on that, SSB will do what? SSB will deliver what? 10,000 shares,
The
for example, of InfoEdge to whom? To whom?
to
JPMC custody.
To
Counterparty
JPMC.
custodian bank. And who's the counterparty? STO. Who's the STO? JPMC, right?
JPMC.
STO custodian bank.
Which is not interest, right? And in this trade, because physical delivery is involved, who is also going to be involved in this trade?
Clearing house.
Clearing house, NSDL, CDS, right? And on the other hand, what would clients custodian, counterparties or STOs custodian bank will do? Huh? Counterparties for this, for example, for this transaction, JPMC is not the custodian bank. STO is BNY. Who's the STO? Goldman Sachs.
BNY
Who is
Mellon.
STO? No, Goldman Sachs. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So who's the STO this time?
Goldman Sachs.
GS, right?
Goldman
And
Sachs.
for example, Goldman Sachs custodian bank is, for example, BNY. Okay? Because BNY is a custodian bank, right? It's provides custodian bank services. So BNY, Goldman Sachs custodian bank, BNY will receive what? Will receive 10,000 shares of InfoEdge, right? And
yes.
Now what will it would do? It will transfer, hello?
Yeah, it will transfer cash to the client's
So
custodian.
SSB will do what? SSB will, State Bank will do what? Will receive cash.
It will receive
bank
cash from State Street Bank, from
cash or
BNY.
bank
Sir.
balance from the client's counterparty's custodian bank, which is BNY. Who's the counterparty?
BNY.
STO is GS.
GS.
Right?
Goldman Sachs.
Is it clear? So guys,
Yes.
transaction is happening with the involvement of what? Custodian bank, right? Transaction is happening with the involvement of whom? Custodian bank. Is it clear?
Custodian
That is why
bank.
custodian banks plays a very important role in the trade life cycle. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is it
Yes.
Settlement operation.
clear? Settlement instructions goes from operations team of client, operations team of IB to
Client
custodians,
to
IB's custodian bank.
Client custodian.
From client to,
yes.
See, it will go from operations team of IB to IB's custodian bank, and from client to client's custodian bank. Hello?
Yes.
Client will send
Yes.
settlement instruction
Client
to
custodian.
client's custodian bank.
Client custodian bank.
IB custodian.
IB will send it to its own
Custodian bank.
IB's custodian
IB custodian.
IB's custodian bank.
Yeah. Third very good is asset servicing. What is the third services provided by custodian bank? Asset servicing. What is asset servicing? What is asset servicing? Asset servicing
Maintaining
involves
records
any
of their
corporate-
total assets.
Let's hear it from me. Corporate actions, okay. Corporate actions processing. On what? On the securities. On the securities. Hello, securities.
Yes.
Held by the. So whatever securities, for example, client is holding the shares of Reliance with the custodian bank. So if Reliance issues any corporate actions, what can be corporate actions? Corporate
Rights issue,
actions
bonus issue, stock
There will
split.
be a dividend.
on
There will be
equity
dividend
shares,
issued or an
on equity shares. What can be corporate issues? Sorry, corporate actions.
dividend.
It will
Dividend
depend
is
from
dividend
security
issue.
to security, right?
Dividend.
If, for example, security is what?
Bonus.
Don't
Yes.
jump.
Yes.
Just listen to me clearly.
If
If
it's
security is equity shares or if security is a bond, type of corporate action will be different. Yes or no? Hello?
yes.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. It will
So
be.
if
Yes.
security is equity shares, what can be corporate different corporate actions? Dividend,
Dividend.
Right
Dividend.
issue.
bonus,
Right issue.
stock split,
Merger.
stock split, mergers,
Merger.
spin-off,
Spin-off.
demergers, buyback, and somebody said right issue, right? So these can be various corporate actions, right? So if any of these corporate actions
Yes.
is declared by the company whose securities is held by client, then whose responsibility is to incorporate it into client's account?
Custodian.
Custodians.
Custodian. Client's
Custodians will
custodian.
take care of it, right? With respect to bond
Yes.
securities, what can be the various corporate actions?
Pay down. Pay down.
Coupon payments,
Or interest.
timely coupon
Coupon
payments,
payments or interest.
redemptions,
Pay downs.
conversions. Any conversions, it can be convertible bond also, right? Callable, puttable bonds can also be there,
Yes.
right? So callable, puttable features would also be taken care of, right? So we'll not go much detail into this because corporate actions is not part of our course, but you understand what are the various corporate actions, right? And the custodians are responsible for managing all these corporate actions for on behalf of whom? On behalf of its clients, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now let's go to the fourth section. Somebody said it will take
Yes.
care of the balances, right? Somebody said that. So regular, fourth important function is what? Regular reporting
Regulars.
to their client, right? Regular reporting to their client about what? About the securities balance, and cash balance statements, right?
Yes.
Account statement type of thing, right? Regularly they will have to provide this
Yes.
to their clients.
Yes.
How regularly? And it needs to be how regularly depends on what? On the or according to the client's instruction. According to the client's
Yes.
instruction.
Client's instructions.
So what can be the client's instruction? Client can say, I want daily reporting. So give me a daily statement, right? Daily reporting of the securities and the cash in my account. Or I want weekend reporting. Or I want monthly reporting, right? So accordingly, custodian bank will provide the service, right? But if client wants daily reporting, charges will be higher. If client wants weekend reporting, charges will be medium. And if client wants monthly reporting, charges will be lower. Because obviously, if daily reporting is required, then accordingly, custodian bank will have to employ people to do it, right? To do it on daily basis. If it's once in a month, so they will have to employ lesser number of people, right? So custodian bank is okay to provide any of the services according to client's instruction. Depending on that, they will charge client, right? Fifth, valuation services. What is the fifth service provided by custodian bank?
Sumit, your voice is breaking. Sumit, actually.
Pradeep, is my voice breaking? Pradeep, is my voice breaking?
Yes, your
Adil,
voice
is
is
my voice
breaking.
breaking?
No, Sumit, your voice is not breaking.
No, not breaking.
Adil, it is a connection error at your end because we are not able to hear you properly on the other end, actually. Okay, so just check your network connection. Right? Aarti, is my voice breaking?
No, Sumit.
No, right? Okay. So I will just check your connection request. Just mute, go on mute and unmute and just check your connection request. Okay. Valuation of assets. Okay. So they will do valuation of assets. Means what? Custodian banks can do securities valuations in the reporting currencies, because the client can hold securities in many countries. Yes or no? or it can hold shares of companies listed in many countries, right? So
Yes.
what would custodian bank would do? Custodian bank will report. Reporting custodian will do for all the securities valuation in what? In reporting currency, right? For example, in India, what would be the reporting currency? INR, right? So custodian bank will provide all the services of valuing the securities or in the reporting currencies, so that client can have one view of all the securities, ultimately one value for all the shares, right? Rather than having multiple values in multiple currencies, and then it becomes a huge problem for client to calculate on daily basis or quarterly basis or whichever way. So basically what it is, how would they value or what would they provide? They will provide something called as securities pricing data and valuation of holdings are shared with the client, right? Under valuation of asset, what is shared with the client? Pricing data and valuation. Pricing per share into number of shares into currency exchange, right?
Yes.
With the shared with the client. Again, daily or whichever way, on a particular date or time as instructed by client, right? On a particular date or time instructed by client, right? Because it's very important that you report time also. Date is fine. Date can be daily, but time is also important. Yes or no? Because at 9 o'clock the price would be different. At 9:15 the price would be different, right?
Yes.
So not only you will be worrying about the date, but also about the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sixth service.
Regulatory reporting. Regulatory reporting about the present holding AUM of the client.
Okay, Adil, it's fine. Great. Thank you for your point. So yeah, sixth would be six. Let me go in my flow. Okay. So you want to what did you say? What reporting?
Regulatory reporting. Reporting to the regulatories on every monthly and quarterly basis. That's done.
Okay. Regulatory reporting, right? Regulatory reporting, taxation, like that, all the services will be provided, right? So
yes,
right. So that's fine. Okay. So six very important things which custodian banks will provide is FX transaction. What will provide, guys? FX transaction. That means they will book FX transaction for the client. Why? Because it might require for settlement. For settlement, as per the settlement instructions of any trade, it might be required. Yes or no? Huh? So FX booking for the which purpose? For trade settlement purpose, right? For example, if transactions is to be settled in dollars, but client is holding the securities in INR currency, so how the settlement will happen? Client will have to convert INR into dollar, yes or no, and then provide dollars to the respected party, yes or no? Hello guys, are you there? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Then who would provide the FX transaction services? Client to a custodian will book on behalf of its client, will book the best FX rate and will get the transaction securities, anything converted into the requisite currency. So foreign securities which declares dividend fund. If client is holding any foreign securities, client can receive dividends, right? Or coupons. Yeah, yes or no? Coupons.
Yes, sir.
Or redemption values in FX currency. But can client hold FX in its Indian account? No, right? So then for this transaction, we need to do what? Client cannot hold foreign currency in its Indian account. Yes or no? Hello? Can client hold foreign currency in its account? Hello? Guys, am I audible?
No,
Only
they
few
can't.
currencies. Only few, I think.
Boss, you can't hold in Indian account. In your Indian account, Harish, you go and put dollars in savings account of your HDFC.
No. That
They will
is
put
what
you
I'm saying.
behind the bar. They will put you behind the bar, Harish.
Yes.
Hello. Which word are you living in?
No, I was actually I'm talking about those currencies which we cannot hold.
which we cannot trade in.
We can't hold. That is different thing, Harish. You are different. Why are you mixing two different things? Huh?
Yes.
I don't know what has happened today to you. Matlab, you are continuously talking something else. Which world you are living, I am not able to understand. See, I am talking about, can you hold currency, foreign currency in Indian account?
No. In
You are
India,
saying
no.
yes.
No, it should
Now,
not.
earlier you said yes, and you had a different logic altogether. You cannot hold foreign currency. If you want to hold a foreign currency, you will have to open what? Foreign currency accounts with the support of bank, but nostro accounts and all, right? Hello? Yes or no?
Yes, Sumit. Yes.
Right. So if that money is to be brought in Indian account of custodian bank, then that money needs to be converted into what? Indian currency. So foreign exchange transaction has to happen or not? The foreign currency dividend which you have received needs to be converted into INR or not? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Converted into
Yes,
So
INR.
who will do it on behalf of client?
Custodian bank.
will do it.
Custodian.
Bank will do.
For these transactions, they convert FX into domestic currency. On the other hand, if client has to settle any transactions in US and have to pay into dollars, but it has Indian rupees in its India account, how will it make the payment? Custodian bank will take care of it. Custodian bank will, with the help of SBI or any other bank, will convert that currency into dollar, and through the SBI Nostro account, the money can directly go to that party's account where client has to make the payment, or it can go to client's US account, and from client's US account, the payment can be made by custodian bank to the requisite party in dollar. Is it doable or not? Tell me. Hello. Guys, is it doable or not? Tell me. Huh? Guys, are you with me? You agree or not? You understand it or not? Tell me. Is it already 8?
Yeah, I understand, Sumit.
Understand, right?
Mm.
Okay, 7th. Notification of upcoming AGMs and EGMs on the securities held and the business conducted in these AGMs. Why AGMs and EGMs are important? Tell me. Why AGMs and EGMs are important for the client?
Because corporate actions are announced in them.
Corporate actions are, and also
One of the reasons
clients may like to become a part of this AGM. You need to understand. Client is holding shares. Hello, who is the owner of the share? Who is the owner of the share, Aarti? Client or custodian bank? Client is having 5 crore shares of Reliance. Don't you think client would like to attend the AGM and vote? Don't you think voting is very important? Hello?
Yes.
In AGM, what happens?
It is important.
Voting on all the important decisions of the corporate, voting of the shareholders happen. If you are holding 5 lakh, are we talking about retail clients over here? Are we talking about retail clients? Hello?
No.
We are talking about institutional clients, HNI clients.
Institutional HNI.
That institutional client would be holding 5 lakh shares of Reliance. Don't you think they would be interested in the decision of the company? Hello?
Yeah, they
it's
will.
It's not a matter of 1 or 2 shares. It's a matter of 5 lakh, 10 lakh shares. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So they would be part of it, and they would like to use their or exploit their voting rights. Yes or no?
Voting rights. Yeah.
Yeah. So they want to know from time to time by custodian bank in the form of reminder that the AGM is on this date and this date. So custodian bank will take care of all these notification to be sent to client. Okay. What others? Can provide cash management services. Hello? What services? Cash management services functions can be offered by custodian bank, can be offered by custodian bank to their client. Yes or no? And they provide cash management services. What kind of cash management services? Hello? What kind of cash management? don't you think 100 hello, can you hear me? Don't you think, RT, if 100
Yeah,
crore
hey.
rupees is lying in client's custodian account, don't you think client would think of earning some interest on it? Tell me. 100 crore
Yes.
rupees is like 1 rupee, 2 rupee, or 100 crore is a big amount. Tell me.
Big
If
amount.
100 crore rupees is lying idle in the custodian account, and we know custodian bank do not provide any interest to client, don't you think client
Right.
can give instruction to custodian bank to use that money to invest into money market securities or some banking deposits or some safe products where they can earn some interest risk free? Yes or no?
They can.
Right. So custodian bank can provide all these services to client. Yes or no?
Yes.
So client, but it would be purely on the instruction of
Client.
right? So
If client want, then only.
yeah, custodian bank manages the cash balances of their clients as per the client instructions. Similarly, what kind of management can do? Custodian banks invest cash in the money market instruments or banking deposits products as per the client's instructions, right? It's important that client's instructions comes, right? For the client instructions. So all the operational tasks will be done by custodian bank. Client will just give the orders or overview
Instructions.
or strategies or instructions, right?
Yeah.
So what is the purpose of all this? Purpose is very simple. Purpose for the client is what? Purpose is to earn.
Safeguard the
And the profit.
Nice, to earn. Safeguard is done by custodian bank, but safeguarding is done as soon as the money is transferred from bank account of customer to custodian's bank account. Safeguarding is over, Aarti. It's the first process we have already done, right? Every time with custodian bank, you do not have to say safeguarding. Okay, custodian bank is much bigger than just safeguarding. You need to understand. That is why I'm spending this 1 hour to help everyone understand what is custodian bank. Because I asked 1,000 times custodian banks and nobody was able to give me a proper answer of who's custodian bank. Everybody says it keeps a custody. It keeps a custody. And boss, it has gone much beyond that. Okay, custodian bank has gone much beyond that. Custody is just one of the aspect. Okay. So what is the purpose of this cash management services? Purpose is to earn some investment income or interest income for the client. Yes or no?
Yes.
Investment income or interest income
For clients.
income
for the client.
For the clients on idle money lying with the
custodian bank. Yeah.
Because the custodian banks are not going to pay any interest, right? So better not, why not invest that money, right?
Yes.
Similarly, like they can provide cash management services, don't you think they can also provide securities management services? Securities, a lot of securities are lying in the physical form or in the form of demat account, right? Or demat form. So can they provide securities management services also? So securities management services can be offered by custodian bank to the client on client's instructions, obviously, can be offered by custodian bank to their client, obviously at the client's instruction, right? So what kind of services can we provide? Custodian banks can offer what? Custodian banks offers SBL services. Hello, can you provide SBL services to their clients as per the client's standing instruction? Can custodian provide SBL services? Hello, if clients want SBL services, can custodian provide SBL services? Hello.
Yes, they can.
Custodian bank will get great deals for SBL. What is SBL? Securities
based lending.
Securities based lending. So on all the idle, securities which is held by client for long term. Because you can say why you are going for SBL, you can sell the securities also, no? Right? Somebody said me earlier also, why to go for SBL, you can sell the securities also. But why, what if the purpose of the securities is long term? Hello? If the client is holding these securities and do not want to sell because he is holding with an objective of what? Long term, right? In that case, at least he can earn some SBL based fee, yes or no? By giving it or lending it to, with the help of custodian bank, by lending it to any prospective client, right? So generate SBL fee income, right? It will generate what? SBL fee income on these securities lending transactions. Securities lending transactions. Yeah, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Similarly, very important, last and very important feature functions which will be provided by custodian bank would be client taxation service. What it would be then? Client taxation services. Why taxation services requires? You need to understand, guys. HNI clients, institutional, big institutional clients can hold securities in many countries, right? And if you hold securities in many countries, there are some withholding tax rules of every country. So what is this? Many countries will have what? Will impose a WHT. What is the WHT?
Withholding tax.
Withholding tax. Right? So on what things? On dividends, on capital gains, on interest income, right? So there can be different tax rates in other countries and in our country, and there, if there is a tax policy between both the countries, then one country's tax will be imposed. If there is no tax policies, then both the countries' tax will be imposed. So there is a lot of taxation related issues with respect to any income or gains which client generate. Income can be in the form of interest income or dividend, and gains can be in the form of short-term capital gain and long-term capital gain, right? So all these taxation can really become really pain for customers. So what it will do? It will, custodian banks has to share the tax statements to their clients, right? And it will help in what? It will help in processing the tax claims and ensuring the receipts of the excess tax deducted by the respective tax authorities of multiple countries, right? For example, if a country's tax authority has applied charge more tax, then what would be the role of custodian bank? Custodian bank will file the taxation and will ask, boss, you have charged 10% tax, whereas my client is eligible only for 5%. So give us back a 5% extra tax which you have charged. Are you getting what I'm saying, guys? Or if client has been charged lower tax, but while filing the tax, it will have to pay more tax, then custodian bank will make sure that whatever requisite amount needs to be paid is paid as tax. Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
So these are the various services, guys, and then on the top of it, Adil said there can be some regulatory reporting and all. So that is fine. Reporting we covered in the 4th point, right? It would be just unnecessary extension of point, but yeah, regular reporting would be provided to the client and all, right? So safekeeping,
It is to be
safeguarding.
done. Sumit, actually, it is a mandatory thing that the governments of every country has made, that regulatory reporting at month end and quarter ends are to be done by every custodian regarding the present AUM that the client holds.
That's fine, Adil. I'm agreeing. Okay, regulatory reporting is done by client. See, client's backend office can also be there. Everything is fine. Okay, don't take it to the heart. It's fine. So you understand safekeeping, safeguarding, safe custody of the client assets, settlement operations of the client trade transactions, asset servicing. Asset servicing means what? All the corporate access processing on the securities held by the client. Regular reporting of the client's securities balance, cash balance statements,
Cash balance statement,
valuation of assets,
valuation of assets,
FX transaction,
FX transaction,
notification, of course, with EGMs, cash management services functions, securities management services, client taxation services, and there can be many 10, 20 more services which will be provided by custodian banks. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Other than this 10, there can be many more services which can be provided by custodian banks as per what? As per the client's requirement.
Yes, sir.
If client wants any other services, it can ask if it is possible. If it is a finance related something, custodian banks can also provide accounting services also. If client wants, right, accounting of all the securities, proper maintenance of the accounting of all the securities and all, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So to keep Adil happy, let's write that word, regulated reporting. Okay. And there are many more. So 12th is many more other services can be, many more other services can be provided by custodian bank to clients.
To the client.
Okay. Now let's, it's enough. We have talked about so many this. Let's go into, there can be multiple types of custodian banks, guys. Let's cover the types of custodian banks. So, types of custodian banks. First is local custodian banks. What is local custodian banks? Custodian. What is local custodian banks? Operates only. Local custodian bank is a bank which operates only in domestic security market. Yeah. So it operates only in the domestic securities market, local security
market.
Right. Only one securities market, and that too local. So if I am Indian, so if I'm talking about local custodian bank, so it would be a bank which would be only functional in India, right? Second is regional custodian bank. Regional custodian bank. What is regional custodian bank? It operates in multiple. Securities market, but range bound to in a particular geographical region. So for example, famous regions geography wise is one is APAC. What is APAC? Asia Pacific region. Yeah. So if it is an Asia Pacific regional custodian bank, so the branches of this custodian banks will only be where? Will only be in Asia Pacific region, right? Or it can be a European custodian bank. So where would you have? It will have multiple securities market presence, but all the securities market will be confined in the boundaries of which geography? European geography. In Europe, European geography, you know, there are 20 plus countries, right?
Yes, sir.
Similarly, it can be Americas. The Americas. It is not America I'm talking about. It is Americas. How many countries comes in Americas? US, Canada, and Mexico. Right? So Americas is also a region. So in that, the custodian bank, if custodian bank is operational in Americas, that means that custodian bank will have branches in US, Canada, and
Mexico.
Similarly, there can be one other region which is African. So the custodian banks will be present in African countries, right? So regional custodian bank. What is regional custodian bank? Regional custodian bank will have presence in multiple geographic markets, but those markets will be confined in the boundary of a particular geographical region. The region can be APAC, Europe, Americas, Africa, right? Or Latin America. Right. Okay, so these are various regions. Now, third, global custodian. Third is what? Global custodian bank. What is global custodian bank? Operates in multiple market jurisdiction detection across global markets, right? It will have presence across the global, not confined to any region or country, but across the globe, it will have presence, right? So for example, if there is a company called Kalpar Pension Fund, what? Kalpar Pension Fund. And if this Kalpar Pension Fund invests in multiple secure markets, it invests into multiple markets across the global securities market. And if it wants custodian services, which custodian bank should it go? Should it go to local custodian banks? Should it go to regional custodian banks, or should it go to global custodian bank?
Global custodian bank.
Right? Global custodian bank. It can go to local custodian banks of all the countries where it has invested into, but it will be very expensive, and coordination will also be very painful, right? Because then you will have to coordinate with multiple different custodian banks of having presence in multiple different countries. Rather than that, if you are connected with one global custodian bank, coordination will be easy, right? And volume wise, because all the volumes will be going to one custodian bank, so pricing would also be reasonable. Yeah, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So similarly, there's a, so for example, Kalpar Pension Fund can have a connection with the State Street Bank. Why? Because State Street Bank is a global custodian bank having branches in many securities market, and they also offer what? Sub-custodian arrangement. What is sub-custodian arrangement? In the markets where the global custodian bank is not there, they will do what? They will enter into the tie-up with the local custodian bank of that country. For example, State Street Bank might not have a branch in Pakistan, but Kalpar Pension Fund wants to invest into Pakistan. How will it happen? For custodian services in Pakistan, how will it happen? State Street Bank will do a tie-up with a local custodian bank of Pakistan and provide the service to Kalpar Pension Fund. Kalpar Pension Fund, by entering into contract with global custodian bank, will have benefit of those geographies where global custodian bank branches are there, and also those geographies where global custodian bank branches are not there. But still, Kalpar Pension Fund will not have to involve into all this. Global custodian bank will take care of that also. For the countries where it doesn't have branches, there it will have a tie-up with what? Local custodian bank.
Local custodian bank.
Right. So this kind of arrangement is called as what? Sub-custodian arrangement. What is sub-custodian arrangement? A global custodian bank, will do what?
Will do tie-up.
Entering into a tie-up with a local
custodian
bank where
they don't have branch.
They don't have any branches. Where they don't have branches, right? To provide service to its clients, right? Yeah, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Under cash management services, guys, I just clicked to my mind. Under cash management services, we said custodian bank can manage the cash, right? Similarly, if client is having a paucity of fund, for example, client has given settlement instructions to settle a trade, but in the account there is no fund, then client can also avail what? Or you can say other way, custodian bank can give what? Custodian bank can do what? Can offer overdraft facility or credit lines, right? Facilities to the client. Yeah. So client can invest the surplus funds through the help of custodian, and if client needs some money, that can also be taken through custodian, right? Through their OD and credit line facilities, right? Yeah,
Yes,
so
sir.
this is another function. As I said,
Yes.
there are many, as I said, Adil, there are many facilities which are performed by clients. So, you know, whatever is coming to my mind, I'm just writing. But yeah, I just come to my mind that custodian bank can also provide what service, Adil? Custodian bank can provide OD or credit line facilities also to, yeah,
To their client.
The client.
To their client.
Yeah,
The client.
yeah, to the clients.
According to their credit rating, sir.
So this cannot be done just when settlement instruction is to be provided. For example, custodian banks provided a client has provided a settlement instruction of custodian bank that do the settlement of 100 crore rupees by paying 100 crore rupees. Okay. Custodian bank will say, no, boss, you don't have 100 crore rupees in your account. You have just 20 crore rupees in your account. So client say, okay, give me 80 crore of credit line. This is not, it is going to happen. Okay. Credit limit will be set up first.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Credit limit will be set up first. For example, if client wants to avail all these services, it cannot be taken at the end moment. It will say, I want to open an OD limit with you. You know, all my assets, balances, and everything is there with you. Based on that, can you give me some OD limit? So custodian bank will say, okay, we will have a credit department. We have a credit department. We'll share all the proposal that that you want to take OD services, and we will evaluate your profile. And if it is possible, we will give you credit line. Then they will evaluate that client like any other credit branch of any bank will evaluate and will set up a credit limit of, for example, 100 crore rupees.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, for example, if client wants to make honor a payment or settle a payment of 150 crore rupees, and in its account it has 20 crore rupees, at maximum additional funding which it can take from custodian bank is what? 100 crore rupees, because that is the only approved limit.
Yes, sir.
So, can that settlement happen? No.
No,
Can't
sir.
happen.
No, sir.
No.
It will
The
not happen.
settlement amount is
Not
150
happen.
crore. Client has 20 crore in an account, 100 crore is the limit. Still, the
Under
client is fall short of 30 crore. Either
30
client
crore.
immediately transfer 30 crore to its custodian bank account, or the settlement will be lapsed.
Settle will be cancelled.
Cancelled or failed or lapsed, whichever way you want to say, right?
Yes, sir.
Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Types of custodian banks are also clear, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lots of things, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Now let's talk one last thing: settlement failures. When can settlement be failed? So you need to understand, guys, why we got into custodian banks. You need to understand, because custodian banks plays a very important role in the trade life cycle. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Of course, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
They play
Custodian
major role.
banks can,
Major role.
as a settlement instruction, custodian bank can give OD limits also. Similarly, custodian banks, as a part of asset servicing, it can also give you give what, you know, as a part of asset servicing, it can also give what? It can give what we
Settlement
say,
operation.
collateral management services.
Collateral management service.
Yeah, collateral management services can also be given, right, to the customers or to the clients. So there are many services which clients can offer, or custodian bank can offer to its clients, right? Like OD and CC limit, as I said. Similarly, it can provide what? Collateral management services. Yeah. Margin settlements. Yeah. As a part of this settlement operations of the client transaction, it can provide what? Collateral settlement. Collateral settlement. Or it can provide margin settlements. What is margin settlements? What is margin settlements? See, if you are entering, if your client is entering into a derivative contract, what derivative contract? If it is a writer of a option, will it has to provide margins to exchange regularly on mark-to-market basis or not? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mark-to-market basis also, and as well as initial
It need to
margin.
maintain the margin, sir.
It will to maintain margins. So for all, what kind of trades it will have to maintain margins? And it has to happen when? First, if it will have to, client will have to offer what? Initial margin. What? Initial margin. And initial margin is to be provided when? before the trade execution, at the trade initiation stage itself, initial margins needs to be provided, or before trade
Yes, sir.
initiation step itself, margin has to be provided. Then only exchange will take the order. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Then only
Right?
the actual trade will
Right?
happen.
Then the trade will be executed, right? If it will not provide margin, can trade be executed? No.
No,
So
sir.
initial margin needs to be provided when? Before the trade initiation process.
Before the trade
And
initiation.
mark to market margins needs to be provided when? During the trade.
After the
life
trade.
cycle.
During the
During the till the trade is settled. From the trade execution till the trade is settled, from the birth of trade to the end of trade, during the
Yes,
entire
sir.
process, the
Until
client
the
will have to
expiry.
maintain what? Client will have to
Maintain the
maintain what?
margins.
Margin. So during the entire trade life cycle, client will have to maintain the margin. So who can help client to maintain the margin? Custodian bank.
Custodian bank.
Custodian bank.
Custodian bank through its custody bank account can provide the margins to the exchanges or to the brokers, STOs, right? And STOs on the other hand will give the margins or maintain the margin with whom? On the other hand of the other leg of the deal, exchanges. See,
Yes, sir.
yes or no? STO enters into two legs at the same time. One leg with the client, another leg with the
And another with the exchange.
exchange. So the custodian bank would play the role of what? Client's agent, and they will provide the margins to STO, and STO's custodian bank, and STO's custodian's bank will provide the margin to whom? Exchange, right? So custodian banks
Yes,
play a
sir.
very important role, right?
Yes,
In
sir.
case of derivatives especially. So futures may need to maintain margins, yes or no? Forwards.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Forwards, right?
Forward.
Dealers can ask for it, right? Though it is OTC trade, but dealers can ask for margin, marks to market margin, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Hello, STO is a dealer. STO can play a role of dealer on, not yes or no? In case of futures, exchange will be involved. In case of forwards, exchange will not be involved. But dealer can ask for mark to market losses. Yeah, yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Similarly, short call. Short call. You have to maintain MTM, M2M margins, right? Short pull.
Yes.
Put.
Yes, sir.
Short put. Can the client need? Do the client need to give MTM margins in long call or long put? Hello. Does client need to give margins for long call or long put?
Long call, long put.
What is long call?
Long means the
Buyer of the call.
Buyer of the call option. Do buyer of the call option needs to maintain a mark to market margin? Think about it.
No, we pay premium now.
No, it was they just pay initial premium. After that, there is no risk to them, right? It's a right, not obligation. Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Right? That's why long call and long put position may client will not have to maintain M2M margins. What are you guys doing? I don't know. Domain. If I ask you a questions of domain 1, you have no clue. Pradeep, what should I do? Should I revise your marks now? Should I reduce your marks to 30%?
I try to answer, sir.
I try to answer is not. You need to know, na?
I
The
know,
logical
sir.
question.
Yeah, I know, sir.
Right? It's a logical question. Thoda ghuma ke pucha. I just twisted it a bit, and you're not able to answer. Right? You should be, right? That is why I said thorough understanding of products is important. It is not just the definition, you know, it is a thorough understanding of the product. So I'm really impressed by Harish. Last ball pe chakka mara hai, right? You have just give a sixer on the last ball, but it's fine. Full day you were just lost, I don't know where, but now in the last moment you have given very good response to me. Brilliant. And funny also, right? Funny also identified this very well. Okay. So long call and long put, Aarti, I don't know why I have given you so many marks. No clue. You guys couldn't give a proper answer. So long call and long put will not have to maintain mark to margins, right? Short call and short put, if you have to make mark to market margins, right? Yes, is it clear?
Yes.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, Adil. That's what I'm saying. There are many services like that. It is really difficult to put down all the services. There are many services which a custodian bank can provide to its clients. As and when I'm remembering things, I'm just writing it down. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, Sumit, yes.
All right, what's the time now? It's already 8, I guess. There is one more topic I want to cover. See, next week I'm not available, so let me just cover that. Otherwise, it will be a lot of delay. So let me cover. I will not take more than 7 to 10 minutes. Okay, guys. Next weekend I will not be taking any sessions. Actually, I'm on leave. So then it will become a huge gap for you to really keep a track of it. So there's something called a settlement failure. So in what cases settlement can be failed? Think about it. Even in the last stage, you have reached to the 11th stage of the trade life cycle, and suddenly settlement can be failed. What circumstances? First, due to the inadequate
balances.
Or shortfall, right?
Cash balance.
Cash balance in the which account? In the custodian account, right?
Custodian
Because
account,
custodian
yes.
is responsible for your settlement, right? Custodian
Yes.
bank, or you can also call them what? Agent bank. Or in case of international transaction, it will be Nostro account, right? Nostro account, right? In case of cash payment. So if you have to make a cash payment to any of the party, either of the party, it's not only about client. Either of the party has to make the cash payment, and they instruct their custodian bank to settle the transaction. But if either of the party doesn't have any cash, or whichever the party has to make the cash payment doesn't have the reasonable cash with the custodian bank, and also doesn't have any OD limit with the custodian bank, can the transaction happen? Can the transaction happen?
No.
No, sir.
Settlement
No.
It can't.
failed. Settlement would be failed.
Yes.
Similarly, second thing,
Inadequate inventory.
yeah, we can talk about that also. Inadequate inventory. I'll take the third point. So due to, because I already write this, due to late processing of what?
Trade.
Or delay in settlement instructions. So operations team of the what? STO.
Custodian.
Or operations team of the STO will provide the settlement instruction, na?
Yes.
Operations back office team would provide the settlement instruction, yes or no? So operations team of the STO has not given settlement instructions on time, or the client has not given settlement instructions to its custodian bank on time or before cutoff time, can the transaction happen? Not happen, right? So due to late processing of trade or delay in settlement instructions transmission, right? Sending instruction or sending instructions by either of the party, sending instructions by either of the party, instructions by either of the parties to their respective custodian bank after cutoff time. Can transaction happen? Tell me.
No.
If either of the party is sending, there is a background noise coming. I'm putting you on mute. Okay. By either of the party, guys, either of the parties, if they are not sending the sending instructions or settlement instructions to their respective custodian bank before cutoff time, can transaction happen? Tell me. These are very simple question I'm asking.
No, it can't.
It can't happen, right? So transaction will be
Yes,
failed,
not possible.
right? Similarly, mismatch of settlement instructions, at CSD level in case of physical settlement. How can this happen? Tell me. How the mismatch can happen? So how can this happen?
Because
Tell me.
one side of one party is ordering
So
something and
STO,
other party records something.
One party is STO's custodian bank, right? STO's custodian bank has sent the instruction to CSD. Who's CSD? In case of physical settlement, CSD is involved or not? We discussed about it. Hello.
Yes.
So
Yes,
custodian bank of STO has sent instruction that deliver 1 million Apple shares, okay, and receive 100 million USD, Okay, who is sending this message? STO custodian bank is sending this message to whom? CSD, depositories, right? And client's CB, client's custodian bank is sending a message, receive 1 million Apple shares and pay $90 million. Now tell me, can this trade happen? CSD has received information from both the custodian banks, but is the information matching?
No, no matching.
Amount is not matched.
So
Amount not
amount
matching.
is not matching. So that means the trade will not happen, right?
Yes,
The
yes,
trade
yes.
will not happen, right? And by the time cutoff time is already reached, what will happen? Trade will not happen, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Somebody said that, and let me write it down. It was a very important point. I would have missed it due to inadequate or shortfall of securities balance. It can also happen, right? In case of physical settlement, if the securities balance is short, in which account? In depot account. Hello, securities where you keep? In depot account.
Depot account.
Depository account.
With the custodian bank. But in case of what? In case of, not in case of cash settlement, only in case of
Physical settlement.
physical securities settlement. Then it can be a reason of failure of settlement. Yeah. And then there can be many other reasons, guys. Let me write few quickly. Mismatch of securities identifier. हो सकता है ना? The securities ID ISIN number was not matched. The one which was shared by custodian bank and of STO and the one which is shared by custodian bank of client based on securities identifier. There's an error in that. Can the transaction happen? Hello?
No, sir. No.
No. Mismatch can be with respect to settlement dates. Can transaction happen?
No.
Mismatch in the currency of the settlement. Can transaction happen?
No.
No. So mismatch of currency of settlement.
Sumit, not following regulatory guidelines can also result in.
वो तो फिर SSI तक पहुंचेगा ही नहीं. We are talking about the instructions which are going from respective teams to custodian bank and then custodian banks to respective parties.
Okay.
If regulatory targets are not met, तो which seventh step, right? That's the seventh step. Regulatory reporting. So if there's some regulatory breach, regulatory will stop them in the seventh step of TLC itself, right? Sixth or seventh step, we learned that, right? Regulatory reporting.
Yes, yes. Sorry.
Right? Yeah. And why to sorry? Wrong custodian bank. Hello? Wrong custodian bank account. Wrong custodian bank account of client is mentioned. So of bank account of client is mentioned. See, account number is not wrong. You need to understand. A client can have 10 different custodian bank account with the same custodian bank. For example, if it's a global custodian bank and it has different accounts for different countries, same client. So account number is not wrong, but it is this wrong account detail, right? Is mentioned. Can trade happen?
No.
No. No. Right? Can't happen. Right? Brilliant. So these are the various reasons, guys, which can result into what? Which can result into what?
Trade is not happening.
Settlement failure. Which can result into what?
Settlement failure.
And now, guys, settlement failure can have huge impact. Hello? Can have huge impact. In what form? Tell me. Can have huge impact in form of what? Client can ask, if the error is on STO side, client can ask what? Can ask for compensation, yes or no?
Compensation.
Interest, compensation in the form of what? Interest loss. For example, settlement didn't happen because of cutoff time missed. So, for example, settlement had to happen on 1st August, but because of delay in cutoff time, settlement happened on 2nd August. So, what is the loss? And the underlying value was 500 crores. What is the loss? What is the loss? For example, the market rate going on is 10% per annum. What is the loss? 500 crores into 10%. This value divided by 365. What is the daily loss? 0.13 crore. That means 13
Per
lakh
day loss,
rupees.
per day.
30. So this is per day loss of 13 lakh rupees, right? So the transaction is delayed by 1 day. So client will ask for compensation of 13 lakh rupees, right? Yes or no? For example, if the client if the trade happened on 5th August, then client will ask interest for how many days? At least 4 days. Yes or no?
4 days.
54 lakh rupees.
Yes, yes.
So is 54 lakh rupees a small amount? No, it's a big amount, right?
No. Yeah.
So yeah. So client can ask for what?
Compensation.
In the form of what? In the
Interest
form
loss.
of
Interest
interest
loss.
loss. Error financing cost. We call it what? Error financing cost. This will be cost for whom? It will be cost for STO. STO will have to bear this cost, and this is called as what? Error financing cost. So that is why it is important. You are asking now why this needs to be done on T+0 day ASAP basis. This is the reason. If you do not do an ASAP basis and you miss the cutoff time, it can have a huge loss to the client, and client can ask for compensation, and your rating will go down because your company will say, boss, how would I bear 13 lakh rupees? I will cut it from your package. Yeah, something like that can happen, right? That's why we need to be very careful when we do this kind of work, right? Second, what can be the second loss for the bank or ST or investment bank? Was reputation loss, hello? Yes or no? Reputation loss. Client will spread the word that this bank's STO takes the order, trade order, but they cannot settle on time. So it can have a what? Reputation loss or goodwill loss. Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Huh? What else? Client dissatisfaction. Client can take out its business now, right? Yes or no? Client can get dissatisfied and can take away all his business. So if client is as big as Mukesh Ambani, you can just think of how much of annual loss you will have for not because of not having that client. So client dissatisfaction. Similarly, if the problem is much bigger than all of this, right? It can also have something called as penalties by regulators. Penalties by or heavy fines by the clearing house also, by the clearing house. Yes or no? Clearing house said why the transaction didn't happen on time. Why didn't you maintain M2M? Why didn't you do this? Put fines for this. Yes or no? So clearing house can ask for a lot of penalties and fines. Clear?
Yes.
Tell me.
Yes, yes, clear.
Yeah. Everybody? Everybody,
Yes.
guys.
Yes.
Clear? All right. So this was the end of TLC, guys. I wanted to complete it. Sorry for making you wait for extra 14 minutes, but you can understand it was a very small topic, and if you would have left, you would have, many of you would have lost the context when we would have met after 14 days now, right? Huh? Because next weekend, as I said, I would not be there. You would have your other sessions in next weekend, and then your sessions will be there. I would not be there. Your soft skill sessions will be there. Yeah. That you will get to know by Chintan on time, but your domain sessions will not be there. Yeah, mostly it will not be there. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so is it clear, guys? Have you understood?
Yes, sir. So you send this Excel.
Summit.
Sorry,
Sir, you send this. You'll send this Excel on the mail.
okay, I will send it. Yeah. So, but you need to understand it's a very detailed topic, and there are many things in this I have covered, right? So regular practice is very important, and you go through it in detail to understand it, because it is the practical aspect of various things which we have done, right?
Level 2 will be after this, or some new from few more topics.
There are few topics are still there. After that, level 2 more will be there. There are collateral securities, collateral management will cover reconciliation. Actually, today's session was planned for reconciliation, but I can't go that fast, right? I have to be slow, right? So even otherwise you would not understand anything. So though we are not wasting even any single minute, we just take 15-20 minutes of break in between, right? But still, we can't cover so quickly. So there would be an extension by session or all, but we will manage it. Don't worry. But yeah, there are a few topics. Reconciliation is there. Many topics are there which are there. Securities, collateral management is there. Yeah. Bit clear?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Any question, guys? Anyone? Any question, guys? Anyone? Huh?
No, sir. No, sir.
All right, guys. Then have a nice week ahead, and please carry on with your group activities. It's very important that you study and carry on with your group activities. And we will meet next, as we meet next, right? Soon. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Till then, remain positive.
Bye.
Keep studying and keep participating in your group. Yeah.
Sir, Hunain was asking about the attendance.
So don't worry about Hunain. I will take care of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so he just asked me to
Oh,
convey.
I read the chat. It's okay. Yeah. All right, guys. Have a nice day. And if you guys face any challenge, feel free to connect with me. Okay.
Sure. Okay.
All right, guys. Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, Sumit.
Yeah.
Yes, Sumit, I'll text you in WhatsApp, bro, Sumit. I'll text you right now. I have
What will you text?
one question, not regarding this, not related to the topic. I'll discuss in that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.